Peace and respect to you all. Welcome to Demolished Doctrine, the beginning of the end of all those darn superstitious religions. My goodness, there's a bunch of them. And I do believe all misguided. Here's a sample of how Christians became misguided in their church presuppositional view of what the Bible is saying. Until people decide to come in, then we'll go with whatever topic you guys want to go with. And the giver of rest brought sons to wed and daughters to wed into the ark of permanent housing within the time of the washing waters of the flood, that is to say, angels on the earth. That means people are being judged, and of course they're going to heaven. What did they bring in? Clean beasts, and of beasts that are not clean, and fowls, and everything that creeps on the earth. Why do Christians leave that part out? All that stuff goes in the ark. Like, you're never going to see insects on the ark encounter. Why not? There went in two and two to Noah, the giver of rest, into the ark of housing, in remembrance of the male child and his appointed bride. That's the people, male child being Christ. That should really be capitalized, shouldn't it? Because it's like replacing a proper name. And angels were commanded of Noah. Right on. And then God spoke, I have sworn 7 perfect days, those being actually years, 7 years of end times, of heat. Yup. Because it's not going to rain in the second half of end times. That the waters of the flood will be upon the earth. In the 600th, which means unperfected but God elected, year of Noah's quickened life. Means he's already in heaven to be quickened. In the 2nd month of unity, in the 7th day of overcoming the enemy, the day the eye-shaped fountains, which increase the multitude from the deep places, that cause noise, were done being breached. That is, babies cause noise, and no more babies. And those lurking behind the windows in the air were loosed. That is to say, angels. And the violent rain was sent down to the earth, 40 heroic trials, days of warmth, and 40 heroic trial winding staircase nights, like a winding staircase of darkness. And yes, it's printed twice there, but they didn't bother to translate that in the King James. They just thought, oh, this is repetitive. Peace and respect, Jody and Peter and Sergeant Sam and Isa Muhammad and Ozzy Gold and St. Tommy and What the Beck. Yes, winding staircase. In the King James, that just comes out 40 days and 40 nights. But when you look up what the number 40 means, it means heroic trials. And when you look up the word day and night there, it's actually time of trial and then winding staircase. Peace and respect, Kira J. And that same day, using the way day like Michael Jordan was the most excellent basketball player in his day, that kind of day, was carried away by Noah, the giver of rest, 3 types that will ascend. Here we go with the sons of Noah again. Here's the 3 types that ascend into heaven. Shem, which means him of appointed name. If you think Shem doesn't mean that, please consider the Jewish expression meaning God Hashem, meaning the name. Like the one of the recognizable name, that kind of the name. Ham, which means those who grow warm. Of course, if you completely reject heaven until its arrival, and then you go, I guess this is going to be okay, and you take the ascension, then you grew warm. and Japheth, which means those open to persuasion, meaning they were more accepting of it when it was still a religion. These are the sons of the giver of rest for Noah to wed. That's right, Noah, the giver of rest, meaning the father, the conductor of end times, also has his bride of people. So there's a division between who goes to the father and who goes to the son, which is why there's slavery laws. We'll get into that eventually. And also 3 types of wives, but women aren't different from men significantly in that way. And the sons of Noah with them went into the ark of permanent housing, the ark to house in. They and every wild mute beast unaltered, and the herd animals unaltered, in other words, take them as they are, and every crawling thing unaltered. This is like different from human beings who will be perfected. They're just taken into heaven as they are. And every winged early bird was also hidden away. Winged early bird, where flying beasts is already mentioned, is early bird means people who accept it easily. Perhaps that should be capitalized as well. Peace and respect, Krish. Welcome. And went into Noah's ark 2 by 2 of fat-fleshed messengers, wherein the spirit of quickening. That is, if an angel takes you there, you get perfected. And were carried away permanently, male and female of the lean-fleshed, who now bear news of what angels were commanded by Jehovah, and they were sealed in. This is the writing of a Bible. To bear witness, bear news of what the angels were commanded by Jehovah. That is, the Yod He Vav He makes commands of angels, not of you. Including Christians who read it. They are not being told to do a thing. It's just telling of what angels will do. And all of them were, of course, sealed in, because if you don't seal a spaceship, everybody going to die. And that's apparently bad. And they brought forth a deluge. They had brought forth a deluge of 40 heroic trials days of the earth, and the waters increased in heaven, which elevate the ark to house in higher than the earth. In other words, heaven's more important than the earth because the people go there, where we don't stay here. And the waters had prevailed and were increased greatly upon the earth. Yeah, about a little over 8 billion right now. And the ark had come and was regarded in sight of the waters. Yes, it literally reads that the waters will see things. Not that that's exceptional in the text. It says that kind of thing a lot of times. Peace and respect, Hefe. Hope I said that close to correctly. And the waters prevailed very exceedingly on the earth, and the lofty places were made lowly under the whole of heaven, and were overwhelmed. That is to say, like, what we think is technology is a bunch of bullshit. And enriched 10 times 15 mother measures upward, and the waters of washing were strengthened over the looming mountains, and they were concealed. In the King James that reads H2O was higher than the mountains, which is goofy, but anyway. And the lean-fleshed who remained gave up the ghost that moved upon the firmament, both foul and mute herd animals and wild beasts and every creeping thing that moves upon the earth, and every man. That is, if you stay, you die. All in whose nostrils the breath of life, of all that in the dry like hot and no more moisture, because they'll be removing the oceans, there'll be no rain, there'll be no moisture, died. Well, that seems evident. Stand in a lava flow sometime. And the extant things were blotted out in regards to their presence on the red ground. The emotional animal, that is Adama, and herd animals, and creeping things, and fowl of the heavens, and they were destroyed from the firmament. Sorry, Mormons and Jehovah's Witnesses, there'll be nothing living here when this is all done. Noah only remained, and they with him in the ark of housing. In other words, the earth will be barren and everything will die, and there'll be no water, and there'll be no atmosphere, and there'll be no chance of survival, go to heaven, where everybody there is fine. And the waters had prevailed upon the earth 150, which means God elected Jubilee days. That's the 50. Whoa, crazy. Let me see if I can turn this thing off. That's the Jubilee. That's the word. That's the number 50 right there. You recognize the 7 times 7, 49, and then the 50th year, the year of Jubilee, which is right here. And although Christians know that the 50th year is the year of Jubilee, in the tradition of the Hebrews, they just ignore what the Hebrew mean by 50, and they wrote the number 50. And you'll still hear Christians quote the numbers when the numbers are not the point. Not at all. Next section. No more folks left on the planet. The remembrance of angels and the remembrance of Noah, the giver of rest, signs of the Lord, had caused everything to be quickened. And the sign of the Lord had caused every single mute herd animal to, and whatsoever went with him into the ark to house, to live, instead of die on the planet. And angels caused them to pass into the spirit of things beyond. Spirit meaning like the ideas and, accepting their extreme, what we will consider at first extreme technology, although I'm sure we'll get used to it pretty quick. Into the things beyond, and the firmament had rest, and the waters had rest. That is, you, the people, the waters, will be at a state of rest, no longer concerned with things like money, supplies, how to care for your kids, that your children might be physically or mentally abused by someone. All of those things will be rested from. And the eye-shaped fountains, that is birth canals, which increased the multitudes, that makes sense, and the windows of heaven were stopped. For the angels who covered the earth were finished, and the heavens were shut up. And the waters had returned from off the earth continually, not just one resurrection, not just one, continuously. So first resurrection of people, and then that continues continually. And after 150, which means God elected Jubilee, so that makes sense that God elects the day of Jubilee, the waters were completed in being decreased. There's no more waters to decrease on the planet. That is, no more people. And the ark rested in the 7th month of perfection, and on the 17th day of overcoming the enemy, that's what 17 means, in the month of Teshri, which means the time of beginning, to begin. The Jews will say Teshri is to begin a year, which ends the ecclesiastical and begins the civil year. Over and beyond the looming mountains, where was Ararat, which means the curse that was reversed. That's what Ararat means. That's why the ark rests on Ararat. That's why. And the waters had decreased and were carried away until the 10th, which means loyalty, month of Tevet, which means good. And in the 10th, on the first godly day of the month, were the chief head looming mountains beheld. So this had a little flashback here to the beginning when heaven arrives. And at the end of the 40 heroic trials days, that Noah, the giver of rest, by the way, you can just ignore the numbers, the word 40 right there. You just ignore it. It means heroic trials. It means end times. Giver of rest opened again the piercing of the walls of the ark, because whosoever wrought. Let's see, I left that there as an option and never decided which one belongs better, because or whosoever. Piercing of the walls of the ark, whosoever wrought. I think that's better than because wrought. And he sent out a meddling raven. In the King James, it doesn't even mention that ravens are meddling. To go to and fro. You might recognize, if you're a Bible student, You may recognize Peace and Respect Assembly of God. Sup, sup. Back at ya. Oh, Marty. Peace and Respect, Marty. He sent out a meddling raven. The raven represents, and I think it's clear, but Christians won't agree with me. Like, that's news. That the meddling raven represents the Antichrist, or the beast of Satan. To go to and fro, like Satan goes to and fro. That's the part you should recognize if you're a Bible student. While the waters were drying up off the earth. No kidding. That's like one of the main themes in the story. And he also sent forth an effervescent dove. Gee, I wonder what the effervescent dove is. Maybe it's Jesus, because it's all, fluffy and good and pure and all that stuff. And to meet them, and to contract in anguish from them, to show the waters, and to enlighten them off and beyond the face of the dyed red ground. They really chunked that one up a lot when they translated it. Missed about half the ideas. But the dove found no rest for the sole of his foot. That's because Jesus don't belong on the earth, not long term. And he returned to Noah and into the ark. Imagine that. Jesus goes to heaven. For the waters were on the face of the earth, face covering the earth. Then Noah put forth his hand and took him and pulled him into the ark. That is, Jesus had been sent out to the earth, an effervescent white dove, and was pulled into heaven. That is, elsewise in the story of Jesus, where like the Father cares for him, he's separate, he's different. And Noah waited another 7 perfect days. Yes, this means 7 years again. And again he sent forth the dove out of the ark. And the dove came back to him in the evening, and behold, in his mouth an olive leaf plucked off, symbolizing a treaty of peace, just like it did for people back then in that part of the earth, which is why leaders wore olive leaves as a kind of a crown on their head. You'll see that with some of the czars, Caesars. But it's a treaty of peace with the Father. Wait a minute, why does Jesus have negotiations with the Father? Because some people are saved by Old Testament and other religions. Some are saved by Thor or Buddha or Jesus, that all being one person. And it needs to be decided who saved the people. And so Noah knew that the waters were abated from off the earth. That is, that's the end of it. And Noah stayed the record again, actually had stayed the record again, and again deferred his oath 7 perfect days, and sent forth the effervescent dove to turn back the otherwise lost more with the testimony again. So he didn't end times at the first resurrection. And it came to pass in the 601st, which means not perfected, but God elected godly year, in the first, which means godly month, the first godly day of the month, Nisan, which means first fruits, which is the 7th month of the civil year, the waters dried up from off the earth. So there you go. There's the, all those numerology things and what they mean. And in the renewed 2nd month, with the idea of doubling, that's what second means, of unity repaired month, on the 7th and 20th perfect and redemptive day of the month was the earth dried of the water. I know all that's super confusing. It's just, I mean, really, this is meant for Jesus and for him to understand the total structure of end times, and this kind of repetitiveness, I think is appropriate, for the student. Hefe, did you change your name, or do we have a second Hefe? Peace and Respect, Hive Science. Was Hefe being bad boy? SPM. Hefe, please do not... Please have conversation on topic. Just do that. Have conversation on topic. Okay? And everybody will like that. and we'll have human brains interacting with each other. It'll be wonderful. Well, thanks for taking care of it, secular pagan mama. To depart and to divide and share out according to a plan from the ark, mature males and females, young males and young females, family building block young males and childbearing females, to wed, to be contracting in anguish and suffer together. Yep, that's what we do here. And also intending to bring out with them of every living thing with them, of all flesh, of fowl, of herd animals, everything that creeps upon the earth, that they may breed abundantly in the earth to come, and be fruitful, and multiply on. I should really change that, this to that. On that, meaning next, earth. Go, said Noah, send out young family-building sons and daughters to bear children to wed, one woman for each man to be wedded, and together will be contracting in anguish. Again, the next earth will be tough too, and people will suffer and die of cancer and old age and murder each other and everything else, just like people do here. And every beast, every creeping thing, and every fowl whatsoever creepeth upon the earth, unaltered, went forth out of the ark, i.e. terraforming, just like in the 6 days of creation, all that stuff again. Build again, said Noah the giver of rest. Obtain children on the offering altar. Offering altar, meaning the planet. That's right, there is no genuine altar in any church anywhere on the planet, because it means the planet. Take wives, all you clean mute beasts and fowl, and increase the burnt offerings that ascend from the sacrificial altar. That's right, when end times comes, the planet catches on fire. That's why it's burnt offerings on an altar. That's why. It's not talking about killing animals and burning them to God. Which is why elsewhere in the text it says, it reads, I never asked for these burnt offerings. Well, you can't have it both ways, Christians. Either God does or does not ask for literal, physical burnt offerings. And the smell that Jehovah smelled quickly confirmed and established that the soothing smell, that is the end of pain on the earth, commanded by Jehovah, that was commanded and promised for wisdom of mind and heart, was done. That means we'll be a greater thing in heaven than we are right now. I really think that right now we're kind of, compared to what we will be, let me say it this way. I think the IQ scale is going to have to be extended to like 1,000, whereas right now it's 200 or so. You guys feel free to hit the link and come in. Promised wisdom, heart done. And he thought of increasing no more, but cursed the red-dyed earth. Yeah, the promise fulfilled of destruction. Again, witness, because Adam's sake, surely understanding the heart, mankind's understanding of heart, surely evil, like the lion's whelp. A lion's whelp is like a young lion that overreacts and shows off. And it's like, well, it looks like that. It's actually learning to assert itself as an adult. But from our point of view, if they had the kinds of emotions we have, it's like a teenager showing off. Shaking its head and roaring. Neither again slaughter with good witness, everything quickened, because of my dealings, that is Jehovah's dealings. That is to say the promise. While this earth remains, seed time and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, day and night, it will not have Sabbath rest. There is no Sabbath while there's work. Actually, Assembly of God, I'm working on Quran. Peace and respect, Krishna, Krishna. And also Sammy, good day. Hit the link, guys. Save me. I'm only reading this because I have no guest. Angels blessed Noah, the giver of rest's family, building sons, and said to them, be fruitful and multiply and fill the firmament. Which firmament? The firmament above. What's that mean? Heaven. Fill heaven. That's right. We have an empty heaven that we'll be entering into with some 8 billion people. I've done a little bit of dirty math. That'll be a skeleton crew. We're going to need a lot more folks. So if you like reproducing, happy to hear that. You're going to have plenty of that to do. And the fear of you and the dread of you will be upon every beast of the firmament, which is not true right now, guys. Like bears and lions and tigers and sharks and let's see, killer whales. Lots of stuff. Not scared of us. Deal with that, Christians. If you read this and you say that the animals have a natural fear of us, no, you are wrong. But it's claiming that in heaven they actually will, like a natural respectful fear of us. Like maybe in heaven you can just like walk up to a lion and pet it, which would be pretty cool. Swim with the orca. That would be pretty cool. Firmament and upon all the fishes of the sea. Under your control are they delivered when we're in heaven. Not here, obviously. It's just not true here. And every moving thing that is quickened shall be meat for you. That is, we'll eat stuff. Even as the green herb shall I give you all things. So vegetarian Christians neglect 9:3. Even in the King James, it's made quite clear that if you're going to read that for this time frame, it means you can eat anything that's here. There is no unclean food if you're going to read it that way. I believe it's talking about heaven. Truly, the least of these tidings refreshed the creature against bloodthirsty devourings. That's right, no more war. What? Doesn't that sound amazing? No more war. Peace and respect, Crypto. A pet great white shark. That sounds really cool. Oh, what? I didn't hear a ding when you came in. How did I not hear a ding? Look at that. There's a BumbleBre. Peace and respect, Bumblebee. BumbleBre.
Hey.
I called you the name of a tuna salad or tuna canning company.
Yeah,
That's
I've
terrible.
been.
I'm sorry.
I was backstage for like 10 minutes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound great. You sound
Yeah,
awesome.
good. I got
Everything's
new
working very
headphones,
well.
so now I should have my audio stuff under control now when I'm on panels and things like that. So,
Sweet.
and they're cute too. Look at them. And I got a new background.
I'm trying to figure out it's a oh wait, I know that scene. It's Little Shop of Horrors.
Well, it's a like a killer Venus flytrap thing, and yeah.
Is it wait, okay, is that Tales from the Crypt? Is that what that's a scene from? Is that
No,
what
it's
played at
just
this time?
it's somebody's art, somebody's handmade art that they put on a tapestry and sold. I think like on Etsy is where it came from. But
I don't know how old you are, and I'm not going to ask because you just don't ask. But is Ozzy somewhere here? Someone said Ozzy. Anyway, do you remember the Tales from the Crypt where they had like lots of little shorts, and this boy, he's like picked on by these school bullies, and he orders some special Venus flytraps. They grow to like 50 feet tall and eat the bullies.
no, I haven't seen that.
But don't you love the justice?
Yes, I love that, and I love plants too. I wish I have 3 windows in here, so I got a whole bunch of plants, but they have to be on that side of the room to keep alive. I could probably keep like I don't know, like nerve plants back here or something if I kept them watered, I suppose.
Did you know there are digital spot lamps that are, I mean, they're LED lamps that are broad spectrum now?
I did not know.
Yeah, I just did, well, not just, but recently, did an indoor water feature with built-in planters, and because of that, and a waterfall and fish and stuff. But because of that, I found those LED. So it's like a spotlight, but it's LED, but it's same as sunlight.
Yeah, yeah, they do. Plants can do. I have a LED up there, a big one that plants would probably do okay. I need to get a timer or something because I'm not good at managing that. My brain doesn't function that way.
I also installed a timer. I did.
Did you? Oh, you
Yeah, yeah.
sweetheart.
So it's 12 hours, but that's close enough. I'm not
Yeah.
going to keep changing it constantly.
Well, I did come with a topic, and it goes with what you were pull up what you were
Go ahead.
reading because I'll jump right in, not right where you left off, but we're going to roll back up to the raven and the dove because I had questions about the symbology there and how you
Sure.
came to your conclusions.
Sure. Let me get over there.
Okay, hold on one sec.
Yep.
I'll be right back.
Let me see if I can find the raven and the dove. Godly first fruits. Record again. Leaf. There it is.
Okay, so in the story, right? In the story, Noah sends out two birds,
Yep.
right? The raven
Mm-hmm.
and the dove.
Yes.
So symbolically, right? Like where do you draw back to think that Christ would be represented by a dove?
Because the dove was thought of, even though it's not true, they were thought of as a really clean bird,
Mm-hmm.
and
But they're not,
the
right?
effervescence refers to bubbling, fermenting wine, and how that'll make foam on top, that kind of effervescing. So to say effervescent dove is like desirable, luxurious. It's not a mainstay. Wine isn't needed for life. It's like extra good is the way they thought of it, and then dove is like the extra clean bird.
So okay, so the dove because it's clean purity, a symbol of purity. I can go with
Yeah.
that.
Now, none of
Now,
this has to be true of the birds themselves. It's just the way the people thought of it.
right, but it's then that's where I some of the stuff leaves me like scratching my head because the different people had different thoughts about different birds, right? Different cultures had a different
Sure.
view
It's true.
of different birds. There is one thing that like ravens and corvids in general have in common across all their mythology, right? And
Okay,
that
wait.
is
Corvid. Define corvid.
corvid. Ravens, magpies, and crows.
Oh, those ones that look alike. Gotcha.
Yeah. Yep. The black ones. I think there's some in Africa. There's some that are called cowbirds too. But yeah. Anyway, the corvids have a reputation for certain behaviors, right?
Yes, they do.
They're smart.
Do all of them live like 80 years ish?
They're
I heard
they're
that once.
long lived. I don't think it's 80. I think it's more like 50. But that's still a long time for a bird.
Okay.
The oldest. If I'm wrong about any of this, I don't have the records up here, but I think the oldest lived parrots. And parrots are the longest lived birds, and parrots are the oldest ones that's ever been recorded was like 68 or something like that. But I may be incorrect. And corvids do live pretty long time. That they have culture and stuff, and they learn and teach each other, and
I've heard that.
yeah,
They live long enough that they really develop their society.
Mm-hmm. And the urban societies are peculiar too, and that's like you were talking about orcas too. Orcas are very similar in the way that they develop their little individual cultures and society. There are cultures of orcas that live entirely different lifestyles. They're at like just like where we were pre-Stone Age, where there's just little clans of them that do different things. Some of them live in the open ocean and eat and follow big schools of fish like salmon and stuff, really big fish, and do the bubble nets and stuff. And some of them hunt seals. Some of them,
bubble net.
yeah.
Tell everyone
Oh
what
yeah.
a bubble net is. I got
Okay,
an
so
idea that if you blew air bubbles underneath a fish, they would fall.
well, that's what they do. They swim in a spiral around the school of fish, and all the orcas blow air out of their blowholes and make a swirl of bubbles around them, and so that they're trapped because they don't want to go through. Because they go through it, they fall and kind of swoop back underneath because the bubbles, and the rest of the orcas can just swim right through the middle of the pod just as fast and hard as they can and grab a fish.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do they
really
actually?
cool
So
stuff.
that's like creating a fence. Do they also tighten up the fence, or do I mean they only have so much air? I guess they can't really do it for very long.
Well, but they usually that's the ones that do this live this lifestyle live in pretty big pods, so they can have enough members to keep it pretty consistent, and they close it in because fish are escaping from it. More fish are getting caught in it, and fish are escaping from it. Depends on where they hit the net at, right? It's not a perfect net, but they're basically making a net of air. Orcas are clever. They also use the momentum of the waves. Hey, Cryptmeria.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
They also use the momentum of the waves to take the seals off the ice floes.
Now that I've seen on film.
Oh, or fishermen. If you're in a little boat, orcas will pull you over. Seals will pull you over. Like pretty much if you're in the Pacific, anything in the ocean will try and drag you under.
I've seen lots of videos of like otters and seals climbing on people's boats to escape from orcas.
Yeah, they're nuts. They're nuts. They're like the wolves or like the biggest.
Yeah.
Like, I'd rather face a bear or a wolf than an orca.
Yeah. Well, orcas think we're cute, though. I think that in the wild.
Yeah, they want to play with us and use us like a basketball.
Yeah. Well, yeah. You've seen them play with you've seen them play with
we're
the seals and
toys.
dolphins. Well, there's never been anybody attacked by an orca in the wild, though. Did you know that? Isn't that wild?
Never been.
That's been reported. They didn't make it. Trust me, there has been. It's kind of one of those like First Nations legends, like, no, you don't touch the big fish.
Cute raccoon here.
Hello, cute raccoon. Aww.
I looked for albino raccoon.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh. Did you know you just set yourself up to get spammed with albino animal pictures now?
You know what? Go ahead, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Anyway, can I bounce back to the dove conversation that me and Richard were right? We were just getting it launched, and I don't mean to plow, but I waited backstage. I was doing this whole time back there, and Richard's just reading.
I was on the other screen.
Away.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, he's just reading away, and I was like, okay. And he kept saying, "I'm only reading this because there's nobody in here with me." And I'm like,
it's supposed to make this bing noise. It's maybe the settings are not. I need to check the settings. Okay, go ahead, dove. Yes. Dove.
Okay, so doves are some cultures. Doves are just are like a dumb animal. You got kind of like a dodo is a dove. So I mean, put that into perspective. That's one perception of a dove. A dodo is just a species of dove that got isolated on an island and got really, really big.
And they were really tasty, so they became extinct.
Yeah,
they were really, really tasty.
And they weren't scared of people, and they weren't scared of dogs, and they weren't scared of pigs.
And they were yummy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole doesn't run away thing. That makes them, not only tasty, but easy to get.
Well, so there's two animals that come before us and dogs and pigs when it comes to extinction on an island of these big birds that evolved on islands, because this happens to birds all the time when they get isolated. They get really big and lose the ability to fly and start laying really big eggs. Spend a lot of energy making really big eggs. And when humans show up, the first thing we bring is rats, and rats are terrible for birds that take a really long time to lay really big eggs that put a lot of energy into, because rats love the really big eggs, and they could eat off of them for days and days. The birds weren't prepared for that. The other one is cats, and the dodos were ill-equipped to deal with cats snagging their chicks. And cats would also eat eggs if they found them, and were able to crack them open. Pigs and dogs, of course, too. But cats are responsible for the extinction of I want to say it's more than 300 species of birds in the last 500 years, as we colonized all these little islands with all the isolated populations of birds. There's so many cool birds that we don't get to see today from all these little islands. It's so sad. There was a crocodile that lived in trees in out in Fiji, it's in Fiji, or maybe it's the Maldives. It's somewhere in the South Pacific. It's one of those islands. I'll do a thing. I'll do a thing on it.
A nightmare. They
were only raccoon sized.
Still.
But they were
that's
built
good.
different.
You don't want them full size.
Well, they're going to be able to climb.
Crocodiles in the trees.
It's too big. If they're bigger than this, I don't like the idea.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, I'm sad that we don't get to see them though. I want to see the tree crocodile.
Well,
why would you want to see them? I love you, but sometimes.
Have you met me? I'm gonna die petting something I shouldn't.
Yeah, I know you will.
I'm gonna be like, oh, it's so cute.
It's so pretty.
Okay, Bree, you're not allowed to die.
Aussie Steve something.
Okay.
Steve Irwin.
Steve Irwin. He died petting something you shouldn't have. Yeah.
I don't think Gaia will let me die.
No, that's that little animal just really wanted to hug him, and it didn't know its own strength.
It was a stingray. And he's probably Steve Irwin.
He died happy. He died doing what he loved. I don't see the problem.
It's not. There's worse ways to die. Yeah.
Yeah.
If Steve Irwin had survived that, he would have apologized to that Ray for
exactly.
Probably.
You murdered my father. Prepare to die.
Yeah.
Steve Irwin would have said, "Hey, I'm sorry, I scared you, big guy. I didn't mean to make you think I was trying to hurt you."
Oh my God, I got into your personal space. I was so sorry about that.
Steve Irwin was so beloved. It amazes me.
Can I just say though that Steve Irwin was
doing what he loved.
Steve Irwin was not Canadian though, so he wouldn't be sorry.
He would be sorry.
He'd be like,
sorry,
Mike.
Sorry, Mike.
Steve Irwin's in heaven now.
That's not biblical. But anyway, back to the dove, though. Just the same.
Yes,
okay.
This is what happens when you...
You start. Don't get me talking about too many different strings of animals.
Okay, now they're doing croc jokes.
Well, what a crock of misinformation. That's funny.
I promise you that I will do tree crocodiles for Life from the Hive this Saturday, okay? And I will show you all the tree crocodiles because they're cool and everybody should know about them and they're pretty.
And they're
probably.
Big, and they're
I bet they were pretty. But they have pretty stripes and stuff.
Think
about animals that live up in the trees and they display. I'm just into it. Sorry. We will go back to the doves. Okay, so anyway, some cultures would see a dove as a depiction of hey Pixie Storm, good to see you tonight. Some cultures would think a dove was a depiction of something of something dumb. Other cultures might see them as more of a food, like we would think of a chicken or quail, because they're pigeons are tasty, as Cryptomeria has pointed out. Pigeons are tasty. It's not just the giant ones that are tasty. It's just because you have a cultural aversion to them, but they're actually
no. I have no cultural aversion to any kind of food.
Really? Have you ate?
It's getting that bad up here. I'll eat anything.
Oh yeah, the grocery stuff. How's that going, hon?
Pixie,
We're-
pixie.
we have our eggs going like sky high, and our milk's been high for a while.
Like a head of lettuce, like romaine lettuce, is like $6.
$6. Ouch.
Yeah,
So-
like salad is like
So,
a
Richard, do you
luxury
have a topic you want to
item.
talk about rather than groceries and how expensive they are?
Hey,
We-
let him talk
well,
about groceries for a minute.
I was just trying to. So I was keeping
Well,
it
women
topical.
talk.
There's stuff going on.
Uh,
So
I love these ladies.
Doves. I was going to
I
say
love
though,
you
Doves.
too. I love you too, Midnight.
So let me postulate something to you, Richard, and you just tell me what you think, okay?
Okay, go ahead.
That the dove was chosen because the dove is actually something that that we were able to domesticate towards flying long distances to returning to a certain point. That doves are and are known for, if you catch them, you take them 300 miles away, you take them 800 miles away, they will find their way back. My neighbor used to make a living by taking these doves, and he'd sell them to people to release at weddings and stuff. He'd sell these doves to people, and they'd come back to his roost
And he
when
gets
they
to sell
release
them
them.
again.
Yep, and he gets to sell them again. And I think that maybe that was the presentation that we're seeing and why the dove was chosen in the narrative. And I think that the raven was chosen in the narrative because they're known for their intelligence and their cunning. And again, that they have culture and stuff, that they're very much like us. So sending a dove out as opposed to sending the raven out first, because the raven fails, right? The raven fails. So if the raven is supposed to
No, the dove
represent,
failed first.
the dove failed first. I thought the raven failed first.
No.
Did who came back with the olive branch?
Okay, the dove is spoken of twice, the raven once. That's the confusion.
So does it go
Okay.
dove,
Okay,
dove, raven,
That's
dove?
what I'm getting confused on. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, it does.
It's dove, raven, dove. Okay, I was wrong
Okay.
then.
Okay, Bree, I swear to God, every time you said dove, I thought you said dub. No,
Dove.
D-U-B. I don't know why. I heard dub.
Dove.
Okay, to address those ideas real quick, the word dove rooted in the word yayin, which means to effervesce as wine fermenting, by implication intoxication, banqueting, wine, and wine bibber. So that kind. And then the extension word that came out, dove, is, it's for the warmth of their mating. That
For
they
the warmth?
pair. Yeah, the Hebrew people think of them, whether it's true or not doesn't matter. Think of them as
Monogamous.
monogamous and warm to each other and sweet. So there you go.
That actually fits. I like that. That works. I like
then
it.
the word raven there is orab, and the root idea, covering with texture, to grow
Nice.
dusky at sundown, to be darkened. And then the derivative word, from its dusky hue or dark hue, a raven. Okay, so it represents night, which to the Hebrew people, to say night is to say unenlightened of mind.
Okay, well, that's very different than the First Nations. Ravens are a trickster being.
Yeah.
And so some of it, I think I can, why I've identified with some of this is because I can relate to it. But at the same time, I don't feel like that representation of the raven is entirely accurate for every
Every culture.
mythology.
Yeah, it wouldn't be. It wouldn't be, as Bree
No.
well pointed out. It wouldn't be. But that's why, if I wanted to represent something that's fleeting and flying, that is dark of mind, that represents scary stuff, that is generally evil to human beings, right? And I wanted to say that in India, right? I might have to go with something besides a raven because they don't have ravens there, right? I might have to go with an angry water buffalo or something like that, in order to represent the same ideas. So, like in their story, just
You would
for
go with
instance,
you would go with monkeys to have that same representation
monkey,
in India. Uh-huh.
some kind of monkey that
It
only comes in
depends on the
black.
monkey, so.
Yeah, it'd be like a
Yeah,
macaque, right? Like
but it's more like what the people think of it than the actual animal,
the
right? It's
Banderlog people.
But
yeah.
ravens in like First Nations indigenous culture aren't bad creatures.
They're
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 actually
tricks.
divine, right?
Like they are, like you keep describing them as this like dark creature, this evil thing, and it's like that's not
They
what
wouldn't.
I've grown up with. Ravens or crows. Like, hey, I had some guy steal my wallet. I asked a crow, where is that guy? That crow brought me to his where he was camping out about like 3 kilometers away.
You can, and ravens
You can
are
talk to
animals,
crows. They're nice creatures. You can talk to ravens.
Well,
You
and
just
you can
well,
you
gotta
can teach
know.
you can teach them how to. You can teach them commerce too. You can tell them if you get me gold or get me jewels or something like
I'll
that.
give you food.
Mm-hmm.
You,
And just
you
keep
can
like
you
a
can
loaf of
reward
bread.
them,
Mm-hmm.
train them.
And they'll keep bringing. They'll go steal all the jewelry and everything from all around
Well,
town.
you don't want to
See,
use them for like selfish things, but yes, they will do that.
Yeah, but you could use them to become a supervillain, right?
so to your point, Cryptomeria, it
No,
wouldn't work in every culture everywhere. It wouldn't. You're right. But I'm certain that even if a raven isn't thought of by the Native American nations as an evil bird, certainly they have some animal that they think of as evil. It's not literally evil, but there must be something.
No. No, I mean a lot of the mythology within First Nations culture up here is very neutral. There
Okay.
is there's bad aspects and good aspects, and part of it with the teachings is just to these aspects are not always good, but these aspects are. And it's trying to like if you're trying to find your spirit animal, it's trying to find a blend in between all of the good attributes and the bad attributes to whatever you're seeking. Like
Okay.
something like a wolf.
My
A
spirit
wolf,
animal is me. Well, no,
you're
probably an
just a
owl.
sexy beast. That's a
Well, yes,
whole
I know.
different
Thank you.
thing.
Thank
I
you.
I can't even start. Don't tease me.
Well, why not?
Stop it.
Okay, fine. Whatever. I'll leave.
No, no,
No,
no. I
no,
didn't
not
say
not.
leave. I just meant stop
Gosh,
teasing me.
throwing out the baby with the bathwater there.
This is
Jeez.
PG-13, eh?
Fine. Okay.
Of course, there could be a dedicated stream somewhere else that could, be some other topic, and that would be
Yeah,
fine too.
yeah. On like only friends. I don't know. One day, one day I'll live the dream. I won't have to work.
I'm a charming young man. Speaking of young men.
Peace and respect, James.
Hi,
Hello.
James.
If you're trying to, oh, there you go.
You know, I couldn't for the life of me figure out Restream today. It kept fucking
Hello,
up. I
guys.
wanted to come in, but
So, hello, Cryptomaria? Is that how you...
Crypta. Just call me Crypta.
Crypta. Hello, Crypta.
Crypta.
And
Yes, I tried to say that on your stream
Hello.
earlier. It was confusing.
She's
Oh.
she's a shrubbery that she likes to misspell.
Hey, James.
hey, Bray. And then we had... Oh, wait, Sparkle is here. They just got a different...
yeah.
I like
Yeah.
this
Off.
one.
Raccoon
I like the
Sparkle.
I like it.
albino raccoon. Yeah, it's cute.
I mean,
We
Bree, I'm a
were
little
on,
disappointed. I'm a little disappointed that I haven't gotten pictures yet. I'm
We
waiting
were
on my
on
Discord.
we were on William Freeman's channel, so we all did something like this.
Yeah.
This is
Aw.
my space raccoon.
Nice.
I love
Why does it look
William.
so
He's
sad?
so
It looks
awesome.
so sad. What the
He's
It's
fuck?
the only one I could find.
A raccoon. If a raccoon in space would be sad, right? I mean, what would it
Not
be happy
necessarily.
about?
Oh.
So,
I'm sure it's.
I
I'm
love
sure
it.
in heaven's all the best little.
I
tiny
think
fishes that they'll
it
love.
looks content. It's not happy or sad. It's okay.
Oh, I
Actually,
have a
It's
content
suspicious
avatar.
of Christians.
You're what are you eating? Oh,
There's
man.
my content avatar.
Oh, he's licking the toad. Yeah, that'll make you content. That'll make you content. Did you see Speed's thing earlier about
I mean, like I said, I wanted to go in, but Restream just didn't like me.
yeah.
I don't know.
I
what
didn't-
the fuck is Restream?
I was in a meeting the whole time, so I didn't get to go in at all, but yeah.
Yeah. And I didn't have a whole lot to contribute to it, but I was still
laundry all day. Like my day was gross and brutal, and moments like this just make me appreciate life so much more because it's joyful.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I did a stream about joy just the other day. I'm glad that keeps coming.
Happy, joy.
Happy.
Happy, joy.
One of
Oh
my
my
favorite.
gosh.
Joy.
I
One of my
can't hear you.
Who can't
What?
you hear?
Go ahead. It's the song.
Oh, gotcha.
Hmm.
So one of my favorite joy quotes is from Judge Dredd, where they go up to that kiosk. Do you guys know what one I'm talking about?
Not yet.
It's like, you're a wonderful person who inspires joy feelings in all those around you. And
That's
it's just
not.
like this
That's not Judge Dredd. That's Demolition Man.
Demolition Man, that's what it is. Yeah.
A far
It's-
superior movie. Demolition Man.
Oh god, I
rocks.
think I would break that computer. The thing would be like, no, you are not a happy person. Go. Like,
the AIs would
barking and
the AIs were really affirming in that universe.
yeah, AI hates me. It's gonna be awkward during
This is
you
like
know,
the
whole
second time.
Terminator thing.
This is like the
Blah.
second time the fucking ambulance has been here.
Why is the ambulance there?
I don't know. I look through my window and I see red lights and I see what I assume is an ambulance here. Like where I live, there's a lot of people, who are old and on disability. So
Mhm.
I'm sure somebody must have done somebody must have had a heart attack or something. I don't know.
Mm.
But it's always
Fair enough.
like,
Love and prayers.
do you believe in abiogenesis?
Question for the
It's
panel.
not you, at least. So
Well,
I
yeah.
know that's dark. I know that's dark to say, but it's not you. Just
Be honest,
Fair.
you miss me.
what the hell is that word? Okay, I'll have to Google that word before I can answer that question.
Abiogenesis?
What the-
It's the chemical origin of life.
Oh, of course I believe in it. Why wouldn't I? We came from a chemical soup, of course. Like,
I don't know. I think it's because people assume that if you think that all organisms on the planet are connected, like you talked about with the raven leading you to somebody that means that you must believe in like magical creation or something. Instead, that type of thing can be
Okay.
natural. It can be natural. That
So
can arise naturally.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I also accept abiogenesis as almost certainly fact, even though we don't know how it happened. And
I mean, we know it can happen because we're here. We just don't know
Mhm.
how it happened on this planet.
I like
Sure.
that answer. That's my answer. I'll
There you
stick
So,
go.
with that one.
Richard,
I'm on board with that.
Answered. There we go.
there you go. I'm going to switch to my avatar that trolls Richard. I've got my
Okay.
space aliens destroy all humans
And
avatar.
also, chemically speaking, there really isn't a difference between, like, well, okay, maybe you know, maybe this is wrong, but you know, there really isn't a difference between a bio and bio, right? We're still chemicals, unless Bree wants to correct me on that.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
A means so it's not so biological evolution is different than chemical evolution. So
Well, yeah,
abiogenesis is
obviously.
meant to make a distinction between the two. So there's chemical evolution that eventually results in biological life, which then begins to evolve as
Yeah, and
biological
there
evolution.
and there were 8 billion years of chemical evolution way before there was any kind of biological evolution,
Three
even
point
organic
3.8 to
chemistry. Yeah.
4.2, like that that's that that's like the time range I've seen.
Mhm.
4.2 to 3.8, or whatever.
Well, so no, well, chemical evolution would have started predate the Earth, though.
Well, I mean,
Chemical evolution
Does
would
that lend to panspermia?
no,
Not
no. Well, I
directed
mean,
panspermia, but panspermia.
just
It
the
does for me.
just the basic chemical processes that are needed for life to start on a planet. Those
Yeah.
processes are we've seen
A
most of
bit
them.
older than okay.
Yeah, in what the element it's like at the elemental level, what needs to be present for these
That's fair.
reactions to happen is present
That's fair.
everywhere, and all the evolution that
This is probably not the only planet like this. In fact, we know it's not, and it's probably not the oldest one either. Yeah, so you have to consider that.
Sure.
well,
yeah.
no, but our solar system and this planet is 4.5 billion years old, right? Like
Ish.
like
Yeah.
well, yeah, ish. Like 4.6 billion years ago is when the second generation star, you know, exploded, and then you know, and that then created like a massive gas cloud that that eventually became our solar system. Interestingly enough, it only took 100 million years for that to happen. So that's that's
I mean, it's still
you know,
happening, right?
well, yeah,
Things are
like
still.
the solar system is still forming, I
Yeah,
guess, but
Yeah, Milky Way's like this isn't even my final form.
exactly.
it's still lingering. So the next time God says, "Pull my finger," don't do it. Don't do it. That's how
Yeah,
you get more
Family Guy
Earth.
reference, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's my understanding of the text that demands that abiogenesis did happen, and that it didn't happen here. And I know that Yuri Miller came up with a possible ancient atmosphere based on gases trapped in the Greenland ice sheet that turned out to not be ancient gases from our atmosphere, but because of biologicals working in the ice over very long periods of time, namely methanogenic methane based or methane emitting very, very tiny bugs were in the ice and were creating that atmosphere, and it didn't exist on this earth. However, it was a really good atmosphere for creating amine proteins, small protein strands, and they got a very, very good result from that. It just didn't. But of course, that atmosphere is very possible elsewhere. Peace and respect, William Freeman.
And real quick before you I just want to say something about the life forms that live in these glaciers, because we don't know much about them and we're going to lose them and not ever be able to learn about them. I just recently, is the last, I don't know if it was last year or the year before, learned about black ice worms. And that's me. That's someone who's into this kind of stuff. It's like I'm a nerd for this. And I just learned about these black ice worms that exist. They're very ancient. We don't know much about them. They require just this right balance to live on a glacier, and for it to be just right. And since the glaciers are receding, they're kind of dying back. People often ask how early life kind of arose, because early life arose during this period, or started the basic levels of diversification way back in the Ediacaran, which is part of this. At least the beginning of it begins in this period they call snowball Earth, right? That the Earth was basically, except for right around the equator where it was kind of slushy, was completely frozen. And people are like, oh, what kind of organisms could survive in such conditions? And then you find out about these ice worms, and you go under the Antarctic ice shelves, and you see all these, it's just a rainbow of life down there. You see these bizarre alien-looking creatures that live underneath the ice shelf, like miles underneath the ice, right? It's amazing. I'm done rambling now. Go ahead.
Okay, James, are you not
It was a good
wearing
ramble.
Are you not wearing a shirt in that image? I just fucking saw it. What the fuck?
It was right after his haircut.
He's got a very
What?
Russell Crowe look going on. Very sexy. I'm in. I'm down.
I get that a lot. But yeah, that's me and Russell Crowe. We age the same. So like my fit version of when I'm fit, I look like the fit Russell Crowe. But when I'm fat, I look like the fat Russell Crowe, which I call the hillbilly Santa look. So, so we age the same way. So, I've really been working on getting back into shape, and he has too, I think. And I don't know if he's trying to prepare for a new movie or what, but like, yeah, I get that. Even in person, I used to get it more often. But
There's another YouTuber that I know that also looks like Russell Crowe. He used to be called the Atheist Pastor. Chris Atley. Do you know him? I know you know him, yeah. But he looks a lot like Russell Crowe too, in a different way than you, though, which is weird to say, but it's true that you all both look like Russell Crowe, but in different ways. Yeah.
I mean, I look like Russell Crowe too. I'm just not gonna show myself on camera. Actually, I don't look like Russell Crowe. I just
Okay, assembly.
look like.
I'll put it up there. You already printed it twice, and that was a lot of work for you.
Okay, I want to
have
read
any
it.
comments on this?
Well, I want to read it.
Sparkle, you go first. Yeah.
Okay. Question for the panel: what are amino acids, and how many different types are there, and are they part of nucleotides in DNA? Well, from what I remember, just like 500 nucleotides out. 500 amino acids out there, and life only needs 20. Which is, yeah, life only needs 20 or 22. I don't know. Bree probably knows more because she's awesome.
No.
Yeah. You're like
No.
the genius here.
No, what I'm gonna say onto this is that I do not have something locked and loaded to answer this question at all. I couldn't tell you right off the top of my head how many amino acids there are. I know that there are quite a few, and I don't know off the top of my head much about this at all. I am more about ecology than genetics. Yeah, I mean,
I have a counter question.
Yes, I'm beautiful. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just gonna say, like, if this is a differentiation between life as we know it, where does AI fit in? Because AI kind of goes past all those words. Like, where is going to be the point where extra ascension comes in? And I think Richard sort of gets what I'm saying with this, even though I'm
I thought it came out quite clear.
saying it horribly. But
I am ready for AI to take over. So
They will. They
Why
are.
are you ready for
It's
AI to
gonna
take
be in
over?
the next 5 years, and we're fucked.
you,
I'm
that's
sorry.
why.
It's not gonna be pretty.
Is I don't like this place. I don't know if you realize that or not.
Well,
just
no,
like
I mean I do realize that, but it's
I
like
want Gaia
I
to
also,
eat it.
I
I
mean
want
I
Gaia
also,
to eat the world that we've created. Okay, that the
I mean
humans have created. I want to just
I also don't want to
pull
die.
it back into the earth.
I also don't want to
Then,
die if
then
the
you better
AI takes
hide,
over.
baby, because it's coming.
It's
Well, can I
coming.
hide with you?
Don't fear the Reaper.
I'm gonna return to the wilds. What I'm gonna do? I'm like, AI ain't gonna mess with me. I'm gonna go.
You're definitely poison ivy.
"Mm,
Make sure you wear the sexy clothes as well.
yeah, I'm not wearing anything sexy tonight. Sorry, I had a business
No, I
meeting. I had to
could
be on
I could
camera.
disappear into the bush, and no one would
Well,
like.
I'm gonna disappear into the bush too because there's no razors out there.
Oh,
Ba-dum-dunce.
dump, dump.
I spent half my life in the bush, like half my life in trees and nature, and I feel like I have like 2 feet and like 1 foot in technology and 1 foot in like 100 years ago kind of survival mode. Like I don't know where I fit in,
Mm.
and I'm saying that amongst friends. Like I fit in everywhere but nowhere.
That's probably a very advantageous position to be in, actually.
You know what? I will
It's
definitely agree
lonely,
with that. I
Richard.
fit in
It's
everywhere
lonely.
but nowhere. At least I feel like it's weird, right? I feel like I don't belong anywhere. Yet I see. I don't know, but I think Chris told me said it better because I have
The
no
trick
idea.
is to know that everyone feels like in some fundamental way they don't belong.
Yep, I'm sure you feel that way.
Yeah.
I do, and there's things that make that feeling go away, and there's things that make that feeling worse. So it just depends on where I
Yep.
am and who
Yeah.
I'm with.
Well, as long
And
as long as our friendship makes you feel accepted.
well, yeah, it does. It does. You make me feel loved.
Yay!
You make me, and you
I've
make me
done
feel
my
kind of
job.
you make me feel kind of sexy too. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, hey, you know what? I have that effect on people apparently.
You
Well,
do.
you are
This,
kind of
this
sexy.
one over
You
here.
did. Damn hot.
Aw, just kinda, huh?
Who needs Woodstone? We got midnight.
Rawr, rawr. That was, there you go.
Stop it.
There you go.
You're making me blush.
Yeah.
Well, what's wrong with that? Well,
Cougar
sure.
Miria. That's what it should be right there.
Primal.
I do like your hoodie, by the way. It's cute. What's on your sleeves? Is it just patterns, or
It's just patterns.
I thought it was a snake earlier, but I couldn't tell.
I would
It's
just like to say that 3 people in the panel are on camera and 2 people aren't.
Yeah. What's wrong with you guys?
well,
Um,
I try and duck out because I'm vaping and I don't and trying to putter around after work and do stuff around my house. So if the camera goes off, it's nothing personal. I'm trying to get organized before next work day.
Right. And my
No,
excuse is
I hate it. It's great.
that you're
my
naked.
yeah. I'm always stark naked when I do streams. So
I'm actually gonna go off camera for a couple of minutes because I'm gonna smoke weed. I'm still here though. I just don't smoke on camera if I can
oh
help. At
my.
least not before midnight.
I'm the same way. I'm the same way. Like I'm trying to be respectful to Richard because
You're very kind.
you don't even you're vegetarian.
I am not a
One
judger
time,
of
no,
human beings.
one time I showed like a whole plate of ribs I made, and you were like, "Ew, what's that?" And I was, "Oh my god, I'm so blonde. I forgot."
It's not important to me that you remember that. It's really not.
mm.
No,
I don't
but-
expect everyone to remember everything about everyone. That's too much to ask.
You're just a sweetheart. You're just a sweet man.
He
you're
is.
also
He's a sweet
thinking
man.
so.
I have my own personal reasons for not smoking on camera, Jody. I don't know what your deal is. It's about the message I want to send to the next generation. There are better ways to consume marijuana than the way I do it. I just happen to like it that way because of
There are better
nostalgia, I
ways.
guess.
I too prefer suppositories.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So many
That's
questions. Okay,
That-
you support support suppositories. You also support something else.
I'm actually that's what I'm doing off camera right now. If you're subscribed to my OnlyFans though, you can actually watch it while I'm talking.
Damn
Where do you
it!
think I got the idea?
As soon as I get paid, as soon as I get paid, no, I'm gonna be your top fan. Like, trust me, I want to see this. That girl.
Oh, well,
Hey, you put it out there.
no, it's okay. I've decided I'm just going to be public about it. Yeah, I have an OnlyFans. You want to sign up for it? I can drop the link.
So do I. I just need to.
Yeah, let's be confident, sis. We're sexy. Let's be confident, right?
Well, I have no confidence, so.
Oh my God!
The hell
You might not
That's
have
probably why it's been like at zero
hell-
subscribers for years.
Well,
'cause
Minia,
we
the
tried.
hell you don't have any confidence. Come on, girl. Yes, you do.
Well, yeah, I would say you do. You have some.
Not really. I
you have-
faked it well.
You have. I'm so jealous of your chest. Does that help?
I'm jealous of
I'll
your
put
chest
that
too.
out there.
Yeah, that's why I put my shirt back on so people quit envying my my big old man
Yeah.
boobies.
It's like, why should I even have boobs when she's got boobs like that?
This is a lot of beer, babe.
A lot of beer.
It's an investment.
No, it's too bad. It's too bad that YouTube doesn't allow certain things. Because
Yeah, I know. I'm like so modest. I'm like,
Oh my
almost
gosh,
didn't
no.
work out.
There's a
You know,
whole genre
I
of.
think-
But yeah, no, these puppies are.
Poor
like-
Richard.
I think
There's a
both
whole
you- I
genre
think
of
both
videos
you-
with
I
well
think both
endowed
you and
women.
Bree- I think both you and Bree
Sorry,
have
Richard.
have moderator ability, and if you want to drop a link for people in the chat, please feel free.
Yeah, I will.
OnlyFans. Okay.
Just pay me money to look at my boobs and other
Or-
stuff too.
Yeah. What the fuck? It's like, why would you?
I know they're lovely, but like no time and place thing.
It's giving me ideas. I'm wondering who'll pay money to see my boobies.
I'm going to ask that you don't actually expose yourselves on this channel. please.
No.
wouldn't, no.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
no, we're not. No, trust me, they're not gonna do that. It's okay. Why did you?
I will endorse a certain amount of things. I won't endorse that here.
No.
I think I'm going the other way. I'm like, let's throw a tarp on this. Like, I'm getting old. Like, with the older you get, the less you want to show us the goodies.
Oh, I think we got somebody backstage that I didn't realize is here. Flow
I
State.
mean-
Peace and respect, Flow State.
Hey, I just came to see some boobs.
Yeah.
Well,
You
okay,
would've-
you can show me yours. I'm
You would've thought so.
totally okay with if you want to like.
One, I want to say my inbox is always open, and a lot of you missed my birthday. And two, Flow State, you would have saw some boobies, but Peter W. told me to put my shirt back on.
Yeah, and
No.
Richard just gave us the warning shot too. So
I know.
disagree.
He's got that like dad look, like.
it's the
No boobies.
I'm
quiet.
not.
Theological
I'm not-
introspection.
Wait
Boobies.
a minute. I'm not stuffy. It's just that it's not the conversation here.
Exactly.
And
Just
also
fuck around and
YouTube-
find
Thank
out. Look.
you.
YouTube
I
is
came to talk
improving.
about doves, so I'm just.
Went from doves to puppies. Who knew?
Mhm. Yes.
This is what it sounds like when doves cry about boobies.
I mean, it said to bring a topic. I brought two of them.
It's a little off topic.
Oh my god.
I guess I
You
asked for
people
that.
are awesome. I love you.
Yes, we are.
Yes, they are.
And look on Discord. No, never mind. I guess.
Yeah.
Are you telling me to look on Discord?
Actually, no. Cryptomeria.
Oh. Did you send her a D pic?
No.
I'll look on there. No worries.
Put it up as your
You know,
green
my
screen
whole life,
background.
I've literally never done that my whole entire life.
There's not a good reason to just give out leverage.
I charge for mine.
That's fair.
I mean, that's how I look at it. Now, I have, but only once.
Okay, can I say, because we're all friends here. Before the pandemic, when I was screen printing, I didn't realize everything had gotten a bit bigger. So I'm like bending over a screen to like set something up, and I'm getting all over. And my manager looks at me and he just shakes his head, and then he like turns away, and I'm like, oh, all over. I didn't know, like, they get in the way. Like,
I mean,
Hey,
so what?
hashtag
It's getting
relatable.
away. They're still fun.
they are fun. It just, no, when you're printing.
No, true.
Yes. But I just love that look he gave me. Like, he just looked over and he just turned his head and like was like, I don't want to know.
And then you
Kind
come
of
back.
like Richard is doing right now. Yeah, it's the same like expression. It's
Right?
like,
Look at that. Look at that expression, Richard. What?
It's like he's so disappointed in us for being degenerate retards.
yeah, I know. We're dumb
Well,
creatures.
degenerates, yes, not
We are not
retards.
smart
Fuck you.
mammals.
Stop.
I'm
Stop
not
projecting.
delusional about what human beings are. I think I accept human beings pretty well. You know, I just
And you laugh at our stupidity.
no, not so
I mean,
much.
we're just horny animals at the end of
We
the day.
should laugh. We're quite dumb.
I think it's all actually very serious. You know, what we believe and what we feel and who we are. I think, you know, that's kind of a big deal, actually.
Yeah, that
Least
came up
respects
earlier on Mike's channel, and I'm like, I don't know what it means to ask me what I believe.
Okay, Sarah Schmel, there are 22. Okay, I guess there are 22 alpha amino acids in the genetic code. There are 22 autosomes plus XY sex chromosomes. If you read the Genesis Code by Christopher Forrest, DNA is the okay. I guess there's a religious
That's
aspect to
like
it.
way too many numbers.
Here's a good analogy. DNA is a book with 23 chapters.
Oh my
Okay,
god,
never mind.
math is
Oh, I lost.
hard.
DNA is a book with 23 chapters. Book equals DNA. Chapter, chromosome, paragraph, genes, sentences, exons, words, codons, letters, bases, A, C, GT, and paper equals DNA molecule. Human
Yeah, but
DNA
we're
measures.
fucking with our codes.
I
We're
mean,
screwing
everything
with-
is fucking with our code.
Yeah. Like, this is like everything Sarah is saying is true, but it's not, it's subjective. There's so many like mutations and variations that are happening right now because of our food, our lifestyle choices.
Hey, yeah, I
there's
agree on that.
there's some disparity here though that is just like being glossed over. It's like because this the genetic part of this stuff does not just apply to humans though; it applies to all life on Earth, right?
Right.
Yep.
So and they do not all match this. There's a spectrum of qualities that
Mhm.
organisms do have to have in order to be sustainable and viable on the surface of Gaia, but they don't all have to be exactly the same. They have to be in balance with the rest of the organisms in life in the area.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how just make it a special category for humans, which are just one group of one
We're all connected.
kingdom of life and
We're all
organisms.
connected, but we're not all the same species, I don't think, at this point in time. And I know that is an uncomfortable thing to say.
I think we should be responsible on our environment, but I don't see any negativity in us being speciest so long as we're considerate of things around us.
Oh, I like it. Yeah, I totally agree with that. Yeah.
I'm
Okay,
not
in the
speciest.
book-
I'm a Gaianist, so you guys
Well,
suck.
well, you're a guy in this, but
I
we could argue
hate
that
all
you're
people
speciest against
equally.
humans.
Well, I'm not a gynecologist, but I always say I'll take a look anyway.
Wrong word.
Jesus.
Dang.
What were you saying, Midnight?
Well, I'm saying you say you're not speciest, but you want Gaia to destroy humanity. So that's
Not
you are
destroy
speciest.
it.
No.
Just consume and recycle.
So
Yeah, well,
we're like,
cool.
so we are just part of the system. We are part of Gaia that has gotten out of control. We're malignant. We just need to be,
So we're a tumor,
down.
basically.
yeah. We're just we've grown malignant. Our purpose on the
Are you
as
sure
part
you're
of
not an
Gaia-
agent? Are you sure you're not an agent, Agent Smith?
Oh, that's a Matrix joke. I get it.
I am.
Yes.
I'm a Smith. Don't.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Humans are a disease, or just you're
That's-
a virus.
That's
Yeah,
like one of my favorite sketches from that.
Obviously, we're not like the cute ones on the planet. We do a lot of bad things.
I love the Matrix, except number 4.
People who like to talk about how pristine nature is and how humans fuck it up, like, have never been in nature.
Yeah, yeah. Well, nature.
I mean, unless you're
will
poison
do
ivy, in which
itself.
case you're literally in
Nature is gruesome.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I totally agree.
Well, I mean, Bree knows about psychology, so I'm pretty sure she knows how fucked up nature is.
Oh yeah, yeah. How are like spider mating rituals, or like how nice
Yeah.
are creatures
See, that's my thing about
in
morality, right?
nature? Like I know there's order to it, but they still kill and eat a lot of other people or spiders. I didn't mean people. I just
Well, in I mean,
my
with
spirit
spiders,
animal.
with other organisms, right? Why do we exempt them from a certain level of morality, and why do we not see the fact that there's other organisms with their own systems of
Exactly.
Because spiders
cultural
don't live in a
interactions.
society.
Well, there
They
are
do.
spiders that live in community
Yeah.
societies.
Colonies. Yeah.
Mhm. And they have special behavior, special ways that they move because they don't see Arania for the most part. There's with exceptions, they don't see very well, so they interact with each other in these group webs by vibration. So their whole world is picked up by little hairs on the tips of their toes
Yeah.
that pick up subtle vibrations in the web to know if this is a bug caught in here, if this is one of my friends that helps me catch bugs, because they rope them up together and know where each other are. They work as a team. So different organisms have their own societies and they have their own frameworks and how they interact with each other. And they have their own ways of interacting. The male spiders of even the solo species have a very special way to, hey, baby,
Well,
I
so
want to
that's
come over.
but that's what morality is, right? It's just the way a species exists within its own society.
Yeah.
So
So
how
spider
are we
morality
so
probably would be
different?
different from human morality.
How
Right.
are we so different? We
Right.
are
Spiders-
animals.
Drugs. I believe
We feel-
drugs.
We fill a
No, but-
niche.
But we have we used to fill a niche. We got really just too good at our job is the
That's
problem. That's what's happening.
at manipulating
right
the environment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
look how useless we're becoming again with technology.
Yeah. And then pretty soon it's going to be Gaia versus technology.
I mean, when was the last time anybody went anywhere without Google Maps?
I mean, I'm
Me
blind.
all
I
the
can't go
time.
anywhere.
Yeah, okay, Richard. I already know that Richard was going to be able to answer that in the affirmative, but like directions and stuff, that's the thing of the past. And now with the AI chat GPT stuff coming out, people are going to lose the ability to do all sorts of just sort of basic tedious shit, like write.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's called your phone dying and you gotta find your way home. Like, don't be a dumbass,
Can-
no directions.
Can you guys
Well,
can you
that's
guys
what,
use the
that's
stars?
what car chargers are for.
I mean,
Can
I
you
don't
guys use the
mind.
stars to guide you home?
You might have to if it's not too cloudy.
In fact, I just bought.
If
a
your
few months
phone
ago,
dies, you find a way.
and I'm reading up on the use of a sextant.
Sexy.
A sexy
Richard,
what?
There could be children in the audience, Richard.
Yes, I know. There's nothing sexual about the word sextant.
Yeah, I know. I
Just
know.
I
It's,
mean,
For that
sex,
sort of
I know.
stuff, Richard.
It means it has 6 lenses. That's what. That's what.
Mhm.
Where the
Yeah,
sex
yeah,
comes from.
those were beautiful instruments. Why don't we use them more? Because
'Cause technology
eventually
replaced
all our little smart watches are gonna
That's a
die.
good
Look,
example
look,
of what he's
I'm
talking
not gonna
about, though.
survive. Okay, I will not survive during during the apocalypse. Right? If society,
No, you
society,
won't. I love you. I love you so much, Midnight. But no, you will not survive the
yeah, no shit,
apocalypse.
honey.
He won't.
That's what I'm
I'm
saying.
sorry, hon. Like, I couldn't even make it down there fast enough to save you.
Yeah, I'm fucked.
You're fucked. Yes.
Yeah, I don't suppose I'm going to be doing well either, so no worries.
So what?
No, you're gonna do better than Midnight. I'm just saying.
Unfortunately,
like,
she's not
the
wrong.
odds are in your favor.
We are the source of every god, says Stephanie Holmes.
Hmm.
I don't even know how I'll do because I'm on an island, so I guess it depends how well I can swim. Welcome, zombies.
Well, you could probably find a boat, right?
No, boats are if you have a boat, it's actually drawing too much attention to yourself. You're better off swimming.
Yeah.
It
If
depends on
it's
how
like
long you
an-
got to swim.
No, hear me out, Richard. Like, if it's an actual apocalypse situation, a boat would draw too much attention to you going to the mainland because people would think that you have more means of sustainability than you might actually
Well,
have.
otherwise you have to risk the water zombies, and I'm not willing to do that.
I'm okay with the orcas. Those fuckers had their chance to eat me many years ago. I will take my chance. I'd rather deal with orcas, bears, wolves, and people. Like,
Fair.
You swim with the blackfish.
yeah. Rapey dolphins are going to be my best friends.
Yeah, they are.
Crypta, I'm going to ask you to monitor everyone while I go smoke a cigarette because
Absolutely.
I do that, 'cause
Okay.
I'm an addict.
Boob time.
And
No worries, sir.
here's something for all of you to think about. The crust has rotated on the mantle 5 times in the history of this Earth, and
How do we
now
know that?
know a mechanism for it. And the mechanism is solar micronova and loosening of the plastic or shadow zone, which lubricates for crustal plate movement.
Yeah.
Discuss.
This
is why lubrication is always so important.
It is.
I was
and you
gonna
can't just
say,
sit on
like,
it.
Didn't really mean for it to go
Astroglide.
that way.
It's like universal. I'll behave. Don't look at me like that.
I'm not entirely convinced that
swear
the
I'll
science
behave.
says what it's talking about in this case.
So we've got
I'm behaving. See?
He's watching
you-
you still. Just because his camera's
I know,
off,
I
just you
know.
relax.
It's like
You don't believe in tectonics, though?
Well, I believe in tectonics. I don't know how we would possibly be able to know that the Earth's crust has rotated 5 times, though.
Well, no,
By matching
like,
up
I'll give you one example of that. We found mammoths, which is an elephant, which is a plant and grass eater, mostly grasses, from what I understand, in the northern part of Alaska. They weren't there eating green stuff. They moved there in one day.
How
yeah.
do we know that though? Like that's such a reconstruction of something that happened bazillions of years ago with an animal that doesn't speak our language.
I'm gonna smoke my cigarette, but I'll give you more
It's
evidence.
a it's so I
No.
guess it would be about how we track the plates. Like you can see that this is the
Yeah.
same plate
You
that's
can
broke off
track
from here. And you can match up like fossils in them, the type of rock that's in them, different inclusions and things like that.
Well, and I don't really have really anything but just the very basic knowledge of plate tectonics, but from my seat of ignorance, that sounds like a tall claim to be able to say, to specify what happened, how many times over the history of Earth.
It's not an argument for incredulity.
I live in an earthquake zone.
What island
Like
are you on?
every day
are you in
that
California?
I get to stream or talk to people is a glorious day. And we're overdue for an 11 on the Richter scale, which I'm not even sure what the fucking 11 is. Like
11
an
is turn your house
11.
upside down. 11 is, yeah, you're in trouble.
Yeah, but we're overdue for one on the island.
Oh.
Like, I have family who will not visit because they think First Nation, like, there's some kind of legend that this island is gonna sink. And it's kind of true because with the way plate tectonics are going, Vancouver Island is subjecting under the plate of the lower mainland.
Sure.
We're not actually, like, the island isn't sinking. We're actually gonna possibly flip onto the lower mainland and crush Vancouver.
Well, it's good to have a plan. So.
Well, you know, it's Vancouver's kind of gross, so.
All right, that's one way to get rid of it.
It might need
so.
to happen. Sorry, bad jokes. Bad jokes.
Oh, it's all good. I want to say hi to Stephanie Helms in Theological Introspection, Assembly of God, Sarah Schemmel. I'm going to say Schemmel. I hope I'm getting that right. And Jody McCain, Peter W. What else we got in the house? So anybody that wants to shout out ODN14.
Yeah, like
So,
I agree with
Ox.
like half of what Sarah's saying. I just think it's in such a general way. But I mean, she's not far off.
Fair. No,
Yeah.
Sarah Schemmel, was it you that was on like a week or so back and had the angel experience? Like, or was that somebody else? Like, I don't want to get that wrong. And hi, Pixie Storms. How are you tonight?
Pixie's awesome.
So yeah, I think panspermia.
It was her.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I actually was way more sympathetic to your point of view on that than I would have been way more charitable than the other atheists on the panel. Like, I felt like they were. I got it. Like, I understood where they were coming from, but like, I was more on your side of it than theirs. But there was just so many people talking, and I didn't get a chance to like back you up on that or share my thoughts. But maybe one of these nights we can get a chance to talk on any channel. I don't care what channel, but I would love to talk to you more about it.
Sounds like a pickup line to me.
She might.
I just want to talk to her about angels.
On a panel
Yeah,
with you.
yeah. I know what that's a euphemism for. I would tell you,
right.
Said to calm down.
Yeah, if you know what I mean. Like, just it's fun to add that to every sentence.
Yeah. Make your angel wink at me, baby.
Yeah, yeah, sure, why not? Assembly of God says I never rely on faith. Oh, Sarah Schemmel might come on. They're looking
All
for
I have is God. most days. And I know that sounds weird. I know I'm probably the least anyone suspects is a theist, but God is all that holds me together. Like, I quit drugs. I have a good job. I have a beautiful apartment. I've done all these beautiful things. And that is just, if I didn't have the discipline, maybe of going through clergy, I wouldn't be so responsible right now.
All right, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, God means many different things to many different people. And people that subscribe to some idea of God, for them, it's a very personal thing. It's not the same as it is for anybody else. I would even say that no two theists have ever even mentioned the same God. Because even if there is some objectively independent, self-aware, autonomous super being in the sky somewhere, the thing that people are experiencing as God would still be subjective, because it would be their understanding of it would be built with their life experiences and the way that their minds are wired, the way that they think, the way that they feel, what it all means to them. And it's very much the same way with human relationships, right? Because
Yeah.
if I know somebody and I know them intimately, or just as a friend or whatever, who they are to me, like the image I have of them in my mind, including the emotional relevance of it, is different than if somebody else knows the same person. They know them as somebody else, right? And
Mm.
so I think that makes sense. I hope this is making sense.
No, it
So
totally does, James. Thank you so much. Like, that t- perfectly put it into context. And like, it's hard to describe some of these feelings or abstract thoughts about an abstract thing. Like, that almost, like, I feel like nowadays, in Canada, just to be, specific, that you're almost not allowed to love God. You're not allowed to go to church. Like, if you do that, you're bad. Or you do that, you're dumb. Or you do that, you're uneducated. Or all these derogatory terms. And meanwhile, it's just, I just want to say hi to the ancestors. And meanwhile, it becomes like Christianity has become a line in the sand in Canadian politics I'm not comfortable with.
well, it
And,
shouldn't mix with politics. I'm always uncomfortable when it even tries to mix with politics.
well, it's become a divide with me and a lot of my atheist American friends because they don't understand what's going on up here. It's like, I'm not mad at you guys for not wanting God. I'm just mad because I'm being called all sorts of bad names and being restricted and being told I'm a bad person because I do have this family belief, which shouldn't be a bad thing. Like, we all have our family heritage.
Hmm.
Like, so why is going to church all of a sudden you are the worst person on the world? You are the racist. You go to church, you're a homophobic, racist asshole. And
Sure, there are some atheists in the community that think that way. I want to think
this
that
is how the Canadian government is treating Christians in Canada.
Oh, I see. I didn't know the government was
Look at
actually
my
taking
avatar
responsibility.
picture. Did you guys see that? The statue of they just put up in RBG's honor.
Yeah.
Oh, really? They did.
Yeah, if you look close at it, her hair spirals into like devil horns, like rams, and her arms and feet are like tentacles. It's very fucking satanic.
It is very like, hey, I'm all friendly.
So I guess
Wow.
my point in that was just
No.
to say, like, I don't think it's just in your head. There is, I know what you're talking about. There's a cultural, I don't know. I know what you're talking about, basically.
Well, thank you for validating that, because I don't think I'm wrong for being upset. Like, okay, like, it's 2023. Obviously, the church, the cathedral, isn't a big part of any kind of reality, but it's still part of my heritage. And being called bad names just because I still want to like celebrate it is weird.
That is weird, and I would certainly never support that behavior, not on my channel or in my space. And I think most of the people in our local, like YouTube atheist community, they would never make those broad stroke assumptions about you or call you names. They just wouldn't. They would ask you questions, they would wonder, they would ask, and they would accept whatever you tell
Yeah.
them about your beliefs. And but at the same time, they're still not going to believe in a god because
No, and I'm not
you know,
trying to force people to believe in God. You believe whatever you want.
sure.
Enjoy
go to
your
hell if you get it
life. I
wrong.
just want you to believe in love and joy and
And no. Believe in me. Believe in midnight. I will protect you. I am a god, after all.
You protect us from everything except zombies.
Well, yeah.
yes, you are bad about zombies. Like, I'm better at zombies than God.
So, Richard,
Well,
you got an endorsement there from Sarah. Says there are physical churches because of religions. Richard is trying to get people away from religion
I
and
can
indoctrination.
pop off if you want Sarah on.
she's
I don't
We
already
think we
have
in.
have
room for 10 people.
Yeah, we got room
Oh,
for 10.
here, I'll dip
And
out. I gotta go anyways.
Sarah's already
Thanks for having me on.
Sarah's already
And
Yeah.
Sarah's already here.
Oh.
Okay. Flow State, I was about to give you some links that you asked for.
They're still
be
in the
back
chat.
in
You could
the
drop
chat.
them. So in the meantime, I mean, if anybody ever wants to have a conversation with me about the God as a concept, like I'm willing to have that. But it's a fairly deep rabbit hole, right? So it's always about, like, how much time do you want to make for that? But I don't have an opinion about it. God is a relationship paradigm. It is not a type of entity. And so, and I've talked about this before. So, like, if you're walking through the woods, you see a tree stump, it's just a tree stump. But if you suddenly start looking for a place to sit and you identify it as a place you'd like to sit, it now becomes a chair in terms of your relationship to the tree stump. The sun in the sky is inarguable. We all accept that the sun in the sky exists. If somebody comes to me and says, I worship the sun in the sky, that is my God, well, I'm not going to be the one that sits there and tells them their God doesn't exist. I can see it for myself. It's up there. I already know about it. Their God exists. And so that is the relationship that they have to the sun. But I don't have that relationship to the sun, so it's not a God to me. They have a God. I'm not going to sell them, no, you don't. I'm going to acknowledge, yes, you do. But then I'm going to assert that I don't, because I don't have that relationship to anything or anyone. So if then, for example, some religious person or philosopher, mathematician, you name it, were to convince me that there is some pre-existing super entity of super intelligence that designed and created the universe, they might suppose that that's the same as proving to me that a God exists, but it's not, because I still wouldn't feel the same way about it that they do. I wouldn't be awestruck. I wouldn't be that humbled. I wouldn't be that reverent. I wouldn't place myself under its authority in any voluntary way. I would just say, "Oh, neat. There was a pre-existing creator person guy thingy. Neat." Like, that's how that is to me. Like, if somebody wants to worship any particular construct of ideas, whether it's physical or not or non-literal, that's fine with me. Like, it doesn't bother me at all. So, even when pantheists talk about God, pantheism is kind of just like sexed up atheism, really. It uses religious language, but it doesn't mean God in the same way that personal God theists mean God. and that doesn't bother me either. I kind of don't like the word God because it means so many different things to so many different people that it's hard to have a conversation with the word, because one person's saying one thing about God, somebody else is saying something different about God, but they're not even having the same conversation because the word means something different to each person in the conversation. So I just think that we could retire that word from the English language and I'd be a-okay with it. But,
Oh, I
you
think
know,
the word God is way too general anyway.
yeah.
Um, I mean, the word God, general as it's used in recent interpretations of the Bible, can mean so many things that I think it's almost useless, which is what pretty much what I think you're saying, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, so I mean, I prefer to go with the biblical definition of what God is, rather than just hypothesizing about what it might be, which Christians don't normally do. To address Assembly of God, Christianity is sun worship. Prove me wrong. The word sun, S-U-N, and the word son, S-O-N, sound a lot alike in English and only English. And these ideas, even the roots of Christianity, is not based in the same language where those two words are similar in any way. So the premise is rooted in English. Your entire premise here is rooted in English, which is a very recent language. Obviously, peace and respect to this one guy in Orge.
Fair.
Go ahead.
Peter W says, I always have to weigh whether James being bothered is significant to me. And Peter W, I can make that easy for you. The answer should always be no. Never let yourself be bothered by whether or not what I think or what I feel. Like, just don't. Absolutely
Well,
don't.
I don't know. I think we can have some consideration for fellow humans.
Consideration,
At least.
sure, but I don't want him to lose any
Okay.
sleep over it, to feel like he's obligated to me because I don't have feelings about this, right? If someone were to convince me that there is a specific kind of entity in existence, I wouldn't have any feelings about it except, uh-oh, like that's
I,
it. Like
of every religion that I know of, James, and I haven't studied all of them because there's just too many for one lifetime. But of the ones that I have, I can understand within societal context that they're all describing the same thing, a necessary set of ideas, necessary only to human beings who have feelings, but a
mm,
necessary set of ideas that force the or demand that the lower gods or angels do certain things.
mm,
That is, it's a contract, if you will. And to be thorough in the Bible, I think that both Jesus and the Father would fit the definition of atheist better than Christian.
yeah, I like that idea.
Well, they
So
don't believe in magic, you know. They don't need magic.
who doesn't?
None of the angels, including the Father, neither
Oh,
would the
okay,
Son need magic. They don't need it.
sure. But fundamentalists, like literalist Christians do, they rely on magic. It's
I'm a
baked
literalist. They're
baked
not.
into their.
They're
Okay.
they're not literalists. If you can take a set of obvious ideals and assign personage and consciousness to it, you're not a literalist.
That's
You
an
can't
interesting
be.
point. That's an interesting point. So I'll rephrase that and say that they have an interpretation
They
of the
do.
texts that are not literally true to what the words mean, but they do think that those events, as they interpret them, literally happened. So they think there was actually like a literal Adam and Eve, like that they were
Well,
directly
there
created
must
from
be
the
a
flood.
first thing that you can call Homo sapien sapien.
Kind
You
of.
know, I'm not sure where that is, but that must be. You know,
Like mitochondrial Eve. Like, yeah, I could grant that. We could, it's that'd be more about a scientific filing system than anything absolute. It's just kind of like, when does the
sure,
wind and the pressure and the water and the heat and everything become a storm? Like,
right.
when does it there's I don't know that I could point that out.
Yeah,
I
and
don't know.
it's hard to say what's blue. You know, because
Sure.
it's a spectrum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like
Uh,
none of that bothers me at all. So when people talk about that they believe in a god or something, until they tell me what that means, it doesn't mean anything to me. And then when they do tell
What
me what it means, I'm not bothered by it.
what do you think of the assertion that everyone has a god?
If somebody is defining that in such a way that it's objectively true, then it's just objectively true. Like if, for example,
Well, yeah, but
if
that
somebody
might be
says
cheating.
that if somebody says God equals truth and everybody has a truth, therefore everybody has a God, well, that's just semantics, right? If they define that,
Could be.
if they define God as oxygen and everybody needs oxygen to live, then they can say everybody needs God, right? It's
Well, wait. What if it's? Oh gosh, how do you even say that? Um, More important, most important. What if you say that it's most important? What if you say it's literally the highest? Peace and respect, Nitty.
hey nitty. So if
I mean,
somebody says that,
everyone has a highest thing, and that's the best definition for God I can come up with. Actually, is what's the highest thing?
I know that my highest concern in life is anti-suffering. That is the foundation of
Anti-suffering.
my moral paradigm is anti-suffering,
Okay.
which is also why I'm an antinatalist. But just
What's
like,
that?
but just
What's that
what's
mean?
that? Antinatalist
Antinatalist.
means so that I think it's better that new people not be born, that they not be brought into
Oh,
existence.
okay.
And that's based on compassion. It's not because I hate people. It's because so much suffering happens, and the longer explanation of my antinatalism is like a 5-minute explanation, and I don't want to make everybody listen to that. But
I
much
kind
like
of
Rich,
do.
you do.
I kind of do want to hear it. Yeah, and I think that everyone should suffer through your explanation.
Oh, okay. Well, I can do that then. So my antinatalism. There's where could I even start with this? There is a woman that was in the news this last year that melted into her couch.
Uh huh.
She had what's called locked-in syndrome or Lou Gehrig syndrome. And so basically, she slowly lost the ability to do anything. She couldn't move. She couldn't feed herself. She couldn't talk. Right? She couldn't do anything. She could barely move her eyelids and maybe her mouth a little bit. That's about it. And um, her parents were sadistic, awful people, and they tortured her. And nobody ever checked on her. It took her 9 years to die. And when they found her, she was just a heap of different tissues and bones and feces and urine, and they say she just suffered horribly. Like
Must have.
it's like having a toothache in every part of your body all at once for 9 years. And there's there's always somebody in every city, in every state, in every part of the world that is suffering unbearably right now in a way that we cannot rescue them from, either because we don't know about it or because there's no treatment for them other than euthanasia. And that's not always available either. And so when we intentionally bring a human being into this world, we are forcing someone into existence without consent because they couldn't possibly give it. And
Right.
when we do so, we're taking risks with the life that will be
Yeah.
because we cannot with any certainty protect them from all kinds of awful things, including abduction and
Sure.
long-term torture at the hands of awful people. So
Yes.
Well said.
so my position is that those are not
It's
our
uncomfortable, but well said.
thank you. So those are not our risks to take. That risk only belongs to the person who will be subject to them, and since they can't consent, the only way to resolve that paradox is to not bring them into existence that we can't protect them from. Many people end up being born into this world. They live a long life and they are glad for it. They are happy for it. They would rather have existed than not. And I completely understand that. I respect it. I get it. I value it just the same as them. I value their existence because they value their existence. But there are a great many people, most of whom
You
we'll
are
never
a
hear from or
great
meet.
nihilist.
Oh, thanks. So, but
Yes.
this is offensive to a lot of people because it's
That's okay.
neurologically.
It's an uncomfortable thought, but in Canada, what's going on right now? This is at least I know you're coming from it with an honest position.
Yeah,
You're not coming up from this standpoint Because you hate people. You just hate life.
No, I don't. Well, I don't hate life. I hate suffering, right? No, if I were a god and I had super god powers, my
Okay.
solution would not be to wipe existence out. My solution would be to fix existence, to limit how much pain any human or other animal mind can process. Right? Here's the cap. No matter what happens to them, they'll never experience suffering beyond this cap. And to make it to where if they end up trapped or in a fatal situation, they can will themselves into a spirit body, right? Or it could be a reflex to a certain extremity of situation, and then they can choose to rematerialize anywhere they want to, right? Far away from whatever danger suddenly captured them or befell them, and then they're fine again, right? I would
But
build it into existence.
what if someone's a masochist?
Short pause. Short pause.
Sure.
Salam alaikum, Faisal.
Thanks, Richard. Peace and respect, and
Thank you.
hello to everybody.
Hello.
Hello.
All right.
Sorry, go on.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, there's all kinds of possible solutions to the problem. If I had unlimited powers, unlimited abilities, I wouldn't wipe out existence, right? I just wouldn't do it. I just make it to where nobody could suffer beyond a certain point, especially not involuntarily. Now, if somebody wants to suffer, like they just really enjoy pain for whatever reason, I'd allow it, but I would never leave them trapped into pain that they weren't volunteering for. That'd be the difference. So yeah, as soon as you want to not be on fire anymore, just go ahead and wheel the fire out, rematerialize, poof into a spirit body, rematerialize wherever you want, all nice and not on fire anymore, and great. And if you decide to keep catching yourself on fire because you like pain, then that probably means there's something wrong with their mind. Like there's some mechanism in place where
So are
there's
you
a
saying I'm a freak? I don't
right. I
know.
mean, there's but if it's extreme pain, like literally catching themselves on fire so they can feel as much pain as possible for as long as possible, like I can't even imagine a healthy mind would want that or could
What
want
about
that. But
tasers? Okay.
I would allow it. Hey, I'm saying I would allow it. I wouldn't allow any non-voluntary suffering beyond a cap, right?
But tasers don't hurt me. So why are
Well,
you
that's
saying
good.
I can't have fun?
You can have a taser. I'll get you one for your birthday.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Peace
Oh,
and
I
So,
want
respect,
it. Thank
Batman.
you.
yeah.
Yeah, you guys.
Absolutely. So, because I don't have those powers, like it's kind of moot, right? I'm just explaining that I don't hate existence. I don't hate that people exist. I'm really happy for the people that exist and like existing. If somebody exists and they're happy for their existence, I'm happy for them, right? But the problem is that we can't rescue all the people who are melting into the couch right now or that are trapped in a box or trapped in a dungeon or that are suffering in some other horrible inescapable way that's going to last years and years and years. We
You
can't
might think I'm
find
horrible. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, you can interrupt for a moment.
You might think I'm horrible for saying because of the afterlife where there is no pain, the pain here will be thought of somewhat, and we had a depth conversation about identity post resurrection, which was a great show. You and MarkReid, by the way, I really appreciated that.
Yeah.
That the suffering that we have here will be, well, a privilege. Um, and because of that, I think there is no amount of suffering too great for the benefit, the cost analysis benefit over time in heaven.
And I respect that you feel that way. And if that's how you feel, then that's how you feel. And we can just suppose, both of us, that if you were to suddenly experience, or sometime in your life, experience more suffering than you ever had before,
Mm-hmm.
a maximum amount of suffering for a prolonged period of time, we can
Mm-hmm.
both just assume that your view about that would still be the same. That you would still think to yourself, this is still all totally worth it, because of the outcome that I expect in some paradise afterwards. And if that's how you feel, then that's how you feel. But at the same time, there's a great many people in our world who don't feel that way. Who
Yeah,
even if
for now, the best I can say is I don't take cold medicine, and I just let it be what it is.
that's
You
fair,
know.
right? And I should stop and clarify a point, and Professor Paul Bloom has made this point, that we need a measure of suffering in order for life to have meaning and value, for our relationships to have value, for our existence to have
Empathy.
value, for our joys and our highs to have value. We need some lows. We need some suffering. We need some risk. We need some consequence. We need some setbacks. We need some pain. We need some in order to give our life meaning. If we didn't have any of those things at all love would lose all meaning, connection, family. There'd be there'd be no meaningful successes, no meaningful connections because we wouldn't need anybody for anything, and it would just all like become this bland pastiness of pointlessness. Like we just need certain things. But with that being the case, and this is honestly a good refutation to the Christian idea of heaven, the typical Christian idea of heaven. Because this idea where there's no mourning or sickness or outcry or pain, no risk, no suffering of any kind at all ever again, you might think that sounds wonderful, and sure it would be for maybe a week or maybe a year, but eventually you're going to regret it if that reality ever came to fruition. You're going to need some degree of risk and pain in order for the good aspects of a peaceful paradise to be meaningful. You would need it.
I
But
think
with
that's
that
a
being
good place to pause right there because I know you, James. I love you, but I know your brain will not stop.
sure, sure.
It just doesn't. I understand that. All right, let's give the floor to Faisal for a minute and see what's going on with that brain.
Hey, I've been listening for a while. It's been interesting. Not the types of room I normally am in, but Richard has been an amazing individual so far. Had great conversations with him. Just thought I'd drop by, have some discussion with the people around here. James, the point that you were making earlier, right? I just want to point something out. It's almost as if you want a heaven, but you're not willing to wait for that heaven. You want that heaven here in this earth, sort of speaking. Is that a good sort of summary of what you were trying to say?
It's not what I was trying to say. But as far as whether or not it's an idea in the back of my mind connected to what I was saying,
Yeah.
I'm not sure what it means to not be willing to wait for a thing. Like, because I exist, right?
Yes.
I have resigned myself to the fact that I exist and that I consider myself morally obligated to my children to continue to exist as well and as long as I can because of my anti-suffering values, and I know how much they would suffer if I leave this world prematurely, no matter what the cause would be. And so I consider myself morally obligated to stick around as well and as long as I can. But at the same time, like if nobody in this world depended upon me at all, like if I wouldn't be missed at all, I would have some decisions to make, and I honestly don't know what I would decide. Would I opt out, or would I try to make the best of the years that I have left? I'm not sure. I
Okay.
guess it depends on how things would go after that.
Yeah. So, James, is it then okay to say that you're a nihilist?
No, I'm not a nihilist because I think that life for people, if somebody experiences meaning in their life, then they really are experiencing meaning, purpose, value, beauty, all the things, all the best things that people ascribe to a life well lived according to them. All those things have value. A nihilist would say they don't. I say they do. And that we don't need a God to validate it first. We don't need a father to validate that idea. We don't need it to last forever in order for it to have value now for us individually and for each other. So I'm not a nihilist in that respect. It- if there's some other definition of nihilism, then we could talk about that, and then maybe.
Yeah. No, that's fine. But you're sort of, your position is leaning towards the idea that you wouldn't find a purpose in your life without the people around you. So you need to, your existence has meaning because you have those people around you. That's pretty much what you're saying, right? And it's
Oh,
yeah, go ahead.
my character in the story I'm in, that's where
Yes.
meaning is coming from. But if those people didn't need me anymore, and like they moved away, far away to do their own thing, and I am capable of finding meaning and purpose and joy in my own life autonomously from other people on a personal level. I have what I call like a pirate spirit, like kind of like Tim Curry, right? Like I'm that kind of like boisterous, just adventurous guy that can just go meet new people every day, go new places, and sometimes spend weeks or months alone, and then jump right back into the party that is life. I can live a life that is worth living for me. I don't feel like that my life is innately devoid of worth outside the context of necessity. Like I could enjoy my life independently. I know that I could, as long as my health permits. And then I probably would choose to do so for as long as my health held out. I probably would choose that. But even if I loved every single moment of my life, regardless of who was or wasn't in it, even if I believed in an afterlife and a God and everything else, pile up all these hypothetical possibilities, even if I have all those things in common with all the people that love life, it wouldn't change the fact that the core of my value system is anti-suffering. And as long as there are people out there, and there will be tomorrow there will be somebody new who begins unimaginable suffering that will last for a great many years. The next day, that will happen to somebody else. And the next day too. And not one person, but countless many every day. And we just don't see them, and we don't hear them, we don't know them, but they're out there. And the only way that we have within our reach to make sure that those people don't suffer horribly is if everybody stopped having kids right now, so that at least in 50 or 60 years from now, or maybe 100 years from now, however long it takes, when humanity's gone, there aren't any more people melting into their couch. There aren't any more people being abducted and tortured by the most horrible monsters in the
James,
world.
can I stop you there? I know what you're saying, but like before you go down the spiral, the big question is that needs to be asked is, do you really think that suffering is actually wrong or bad?
As somebody who has experienced significant suffering, and as someone who has witnessed other people experiencing significant suffering,
Mhm.
I can't call it good, right? Because I think if we called it, if we thought suffering was good, we wouldn't call it suffering. We
What
would
if
call
it's
it both.
necessary rather than good? Rather than good or evil, it's indifferent but
Yeah,
necessary.
because one of the ways to look at suffering is, let's say, when you look at childbirth, there's suffering there, but it results in something beautiful. When you look at a boy turning into a man, he has to go through suffering before they mature into
Sure.
someone who can actually take on the rest of the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
So um, there's it's never one-dimensional view of suffering, which would give you the full idea about how it really improves, or how it allows society to grow, individuals to grow,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because a lot of the suffering that we faced in the past century allowed us to prosper in this century, when you think about
Mm-hmm.
it, right?
Sure.
If
Yep.
those world wars didn't happen,
Yes.
we wouldn't be here in a place where every country is in an agreement that we wouldn't openly, let's say, um, have those type of wars which used to happen. Yeah, I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying it's never going to go away fully, because it's human nature, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's just
Right.
one way that things balance out. But do
What
you?
about drug addicts? Are they suffering? Or are they making other people suffer?
So
Light
here's
and fire,
here's a question.
welcome. But if you could give them some floor space, and can you improve your microphone? It sounds distant and echoey.
Yeah, so these are good questions. Is like a drug addict under going through suffering, or let's say someone who's addicted to alcohol and causing suffering to the whole family. Sometimes it just destroys the whole family, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what's good, what's bad? a lot of the times it depends on the choice that you make when you go through that suffering after you've been
Mm-hmm.
through that suffering, right?
True.
Because a person can actually go through a traumatic experience and come out and say, I don't want to live in this world. Another person goes through the same thing and they can say, you know what, life is tough. I'm gonna fix it and move on, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, um, a lot of the times people don't realize that no matter what level of suffering you're going through, there's always someone who's gone through more
Mm-hmm.
or who is going through more. So there's
So far,
always that.
I agree with everything that you're saying.
Yeah. So where I'm trying to get to here is that suffering is part of life itself. You're
Agreed.
not going to live life without suffering. So yes,
True.
as a kid, probably a lot of times we try to shelter our kids, right? But
Mm-hmm.
at certain point in their life, they have to go out and face the music. And when we say face the music, it literally is you're telling yourself that they're going to suffer and there's going to be nothing that you can do about it. But
True.
that's what's going to make them grow up, right?
Hopefully.
So and one of the ways that this can make sense, right, is and wait, let me actually regroup my thought because I sort of lost my train of thought there. Yeah, so one of the ways this does make sense overall is when you start looking at suffering as not being all that evil, right? Because we sometimes make that um, false analogy that all suffering is evil, right?
I've heard
There,
people do that. Sure.
yeah, when evil is actually a choice that people can make. People inherently aren't evil, right? Their actions can be. Some people can actually make really evil choices, but have really good intentions in making them, right?
That can happen. Sure.
Yeah. So evil isn't necessarily about um, m- uh, what type of person you are or what type of life you had. It's more about what choice you made. And that's the amazing part about being human is that and especially for someone who's from the Muslim faith, right? One of the only thing that distinguishes us from some of the other creation that I believe, right? And the way I believe is that you have the ability to make a choice. And every time you choose to do something good, you get closer to an understanding of God and you prosper in this life and the next. That's how I see things. And
Mm-hmm.
when you see it the other way, every time you make the wrong choice, right, you will find yourself in a position where you're thinking, why am I here? What's the point? You end up hurting someone, you end up hurting yourself, you end up making no sense of the world. So all of
Mm-hmm.
these are consequences of
Sure.
making a wrong choice.
Sure. So before you go any further, I mean, this is a lot of things, I guess, worth saying, but not really in the context of what I was saying. And the reason it's
Yeah.
not is because these are things that fall outside the circle of what I'm talking about. Like, uh, all these things are just, well, except for the couple of religious things I don't agree with, all the rest of that is self evident and completely already accounted for in what I was saying. Right? These are not different ways to look at it, these are already part of my worldview. So, yes, whatever something is worth to you, it's worth to you. Right? If somebody, no matter how much they suffer, if it's worth it to them to go through it because they would rather be here than not, or because they're sure that there's going to be a better outcome later that's going to be worth it to them, then it just is. I am not going to sit here and tell them, no, it's not. You're wrong about your own life experience. Because really, what it's worth to them is what it's worth to them. It's just that simple. So, and what something's worth to me is what it's worth to me. But there are people in the world that you're not accounting for, whose horrific levels of suffering are not the result of some bad decisions that they've made. They are the result of things that they had no control over, and and they cannot escape. They cannot make some kind of new decision where it begins to like emancipate them from their suffering, from their situation, that they're literally trapped in a way that is not escapable, and they will be for many many years to come. And maybe they realize it and maybe they don't. Now for each of those individuals, their journey as they're experiencing it, and the idea of continuing it despite the pain, is up to them. They feel about it however they feel about it. It's worth to them whatever it's worth to them. I am not sitting here telling you or anybody else what it should be worth or what it is worth objectively. I'm not at all. I just know that there are a great many people in this world now, there will be more in the future, where it won't be worth it to them. It doesn't matter. I'm not talking about an individual, just statistically speaking. It won't be worth it to them, the fantastic amount of suffering that they're suffering, and the many, many, many years they will be suffering. It won't be worth it to them, and they're not volunteering for it. Even if somebody were to convince them of an afterlife of some form or another, some of them might then say, "Oh, well, maybe this is worth it," but a great many of them wouldn't, because there's just a certain amount of pain that once you're past that threshold, ideas and concepts and philosophies and pep talks mean absolutely nothing. They have no effect, they have no value beyond a certain threshold of suffering. And if you don't believe that, it's because you haven't experienced that level of suffering yet. So, putting all that aside, my antinatalism is specific to me, right? It's just like Richard Madsen's veganism or vegetarianism is specific to him. He doesn't sit in judgment over somebody having a plate of ribs, right? He doesn't think, "Oh, you awful cow murderer, you," right? In the
As
same
far as
way,
you know,
as far as I know, right? That's the
well, I
impression I
actually
get.
don't.
Richard,
I don't.
all right, I didn't think you did. And I'm the
You
same
don't
way.
seem to, Richard.
I'm the same way when it comes to antinatalism, and MarkReid made this comment, made this point with Peter in the chat, that until I tell you where I stand on an issue, you just don't know. And when I see other people choosing to force other will-be people into existence, I don't sit there and think, "Oh, you awful breeder people, you." I don't make moral judgments on
No,
them.
no, no. I don't think you do, and I didn't start with that assumption that you have
I just wanted to
anything at
clarify
all
this
like that.
point
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
Right?
No,
I just
no.
wanted to clarify because it came
Don't
up.
think that
Can
I
I add
actually do that.
something, or
Yeah, sure, Mark.
is this just between you guys? No, I don't want to interrupt, and I don't. But I found it really interesting. Is it Faisal? Is that how you
Yes,
pronounce
yes.
your name? Faisal. Sort of. So the idea of things that you suffer through being good, it really resonated with an idea that's in psychology, which is dialectical thinking, which means
Okay.
that you see the good things in the bad that you go through, like. You may go through a horrible assault, and it's a terrible thing. You know, it's awful. At the same time, you are maybe a little bit tougher and wiser because of it. You do try and find the good things in the bad. However, the um, the thing that you're not encouraged to do is see the entirety of the thing as good. It is both good and bad, and you know, you don't want that because it is a bad thing, but you do try and find the little element of good, the sort of grain of good in it. Not because it's a good thing that it happened. It's a horrible thing, anybody that has to go through that kind of trauma, but because there always is a tiny bit of good that can be found in any event. You know, you look at awful events like the Holocaust, which was, you know, a terrible, awful, one of the most horrendous events in human history. You can sort of look at it as it does teach us how bad humanity can be. We would never allow that again. You know, we have laws to prevent that again. You can look at the good things, but that doesn't mean that the event was good. No amount of finding sort of little nuggets of good will make that a good thing that it happened, because that is truly awful and tragic and terrible. And James has a point that you can sort of it is personal to people, but I think that looking on something that is highly traumatic as a good thing because you found something good in it isn't really an accurate depiction of the traumatic thing that you've been through. It is still, in a global sense, a horrible thing. Just because you can locally find a small amount of good and say, hey, well, that's sort of my consolation prize, doesn't make it good. Um, and sort of another thing that you said was that humans are the only creatures that make choices morally, and that isn't necessarily true. There are other social animals, especially primates, that do make it, if not moral, then at least sort of pseudo moral or getting very close to morals. There is a ape that sort of makes calls when an animal is around, and some of them make calls in order to sneak food, kind of thing. So they get punished by the rest of the monkeys if they do this. I think they're the Capuchin monkeys. So there are sort of other semi-moral things around, and I'm an antinatalist too, but somebody in chat was saying that James thinks everybody ought not to have children. Now, I want to differentiate between a moral necessity and sort of moral virtue here. That I think that people not having children are maybe morally superior because they are not providing humans that. Because my reasons are totally different than James, like totally different. I'm more concerned about the resource drain on the world than anything else. So I think that those people aren't in not taking up resources for their children are morally superior, but I don't think it's a moral necessity. I'm not saying, hey, you're immoral for having kids. Certainly not. Just as, if you donate to a charity, you might be morally superior to another, but I'm not going to go and say, hey, you didn't donate to every charity, you're a moral monster. That isn't what we're doing here. So I just want to back up James on that. I don't think refraining from having kids is a moral necessity. But I don't agree with the whole idea that stopping having kids will stop suffering to intelligent creatures, because without humans here, I think just another animal will evolve intelligence, and they'll suffer, and animals suffer in wilderness all the time. I'm not that concerned. I am concerned with the suffering, but not in the way that, hey, preventing humans will prevent suffering, because I don't think it really will. I think that the problem is, for my antinatalism, is that we are going to start having problems with the amount of resources, and that's the problem for me.
You do raise an interesting point, Mark, but I would like to point out, I would like to actually position my view on resources, especially, right? When you think about it, humanity, uh, the way I see it, and this is very defined by the Muslim point of view, is that there are enough resources for what our needs are, but maybe not enough resources on this earth for what we want to do, right? So let's say if you talk about what any human's needs are, right? They need shelter, right? You need clothing, you need food, right? And you have your social needs and some of the other needs. Overall, none of those basic needs that you need to survive as the human race are there's really no question about that we won't be able to provide, especially with the level of technology that we now have. Even if our population was 10 times, right, we probably have enough farmland that is not utilized right now to support a population even 10 times what we have on Earth. However, if we look into the human habits of extravagance and wastefulness, yes, I would agree with you that we don't have enough resources to be that extravagant, to be that wasteful.
It's a good point that sort of shelter, clothing, food, water is our basic needs, but from my sort of worldview, and I don't want to assume your sort of what you believe, Faisal. That a god would prevent something like a global catastrophe or something like that, because I don't believe that's happening. And I want to explain my worldview. So um, from where I'm coming from, where we're sitting on a very small moat of a ball hurtling through the most hostile environment you can imagine, with sort of objects whizzing past us on a pretty frequent basis, if you consider the entire timeline of the Earth. And I don't think there's a god to stop, say, one hitting us, or stop, for instance, us creating enough CO2 to wipe us out, kind of thing. If we are just surviving and not thriving enough to leave this planet, I basically see it as we're just sitting on the planet waiting to die. So I'm not into transhumanism kind of thing. I don't think humans will be gods or whatever, but I do espouse the um, the nature of humans to reach beyond where they are, and that does require resources first and foremost. It just does. Um, the water situation, regardless of extravagance, water will be a problem just from the sheer amount of people. Water is required for crops. Water is required for to grow food to feed animal. Water is absolutely required, and on the current track, there's no if it will be a problem. It will be a problem, and that's irrelevant of any sort of extravagance you're trying to point out. Especially, and because water isn't, it's very heavy, it's hard to transport. Water pressure only transports it so far. Desert environments like the one that I live in, water's going to become a big problem. We're already, in where I am, recycling water from wastewater kind of thing, which I don't have a problem with. It's sort of one of the things that you have to accept. But there are certain individual resources that are just going to be an issue. And sorry, I'll just add this one point as well. And it also depends on quality of life, because there are some resources, like, for instance, helium, that we're there's going to be a shortage of helium sooner or later. And even if we stop sort of, putting them in balloons, and that's the extravagance you're talking about, and I completely agree with that, we're still, there is not enough radiation decay to make the helium that we need, and it's used in a whole load of medical things, like it's a very stable catalyst for a lot of scientific and medical endeavors. So these are the things that we're going to find we are lacking, and they are, when you say essential, not essential for survival, but essential for a society and a people and a humanity that has well-being.
So that's interesting. So a couple of questions that I do have here. So I do agree with your idea that we're probably just one big rock away from extinction. No questions about that. However, the interesting thing is that the fact that you say that no God can save us from it, I actually have it the other way around completely. We're actually no rock has hit us because God has kept us safe from it. It's just the other way around how I see our existence as. And I actually find comfort in the idea that, yes, there is a God protecting us from all of these rocks that are actually flying around in space, where we may be a spaceship hurtling through space, but we're protected in that sense, right? One of the other things, and it's interesting how a lot of this sort of boils down to what beliefs you have, right? Because when you think about it, your whole outlook changes with just how you believe in a certain aspect or a certain concept, right? Because the same set of events can result in a completely different outlook, a completely different choice, and a completely different um, future for an individual, right? So the idea of what we were talking about earlier, that um, when you go through suffering, the suffering, I'm not ever actually saying that suffering is is good in that sense. What I'm saying is suffering in of itself isn't necessarily a bad thing, right? Because it's really the choices a lot of the times after the suffering that makes you decide whether or not something is good or bad. What you went through is still suffering, no question about it. But when you look at the results of the suffering, that's when you can decide whether or not this was a good thing for you individually or a bad thing for you as an individual. When you look at certain things, for example, certain type of suffering, I would say per se, no, you would never want people to go through it, right? Other types of suffering, unless you go through it, you wouldn't grow as an individual, right? When I talk about the first one, for example, you don't want anyone to go through murder, right? You don't want anyone to go through rape. You don't want, so certain types of these sufferings that you would say can have really bad results, and very rarely would there be something good coming out of them, right? However, depending on the individual, right, on an individual basis, you can actually come out better or worse, right? So one of the other things that we've been talking about, the antinatalism, um, and the reason why I was bringing it up, and the reason why James I brought it up, is that one interesting aspect of life is that unless you procreate, right, life won't exist. So the sometimes an idea or an ideology can actually result in more harm overall than it can um, than some actions even, right? So for example, I think if you remember sometime around 2000, there were some groups that actually thought that this was the end of the world. There were people who committed suicides as well, right? That the world is going to end, there's no point in living, let's take our lives, right? The concept itself can sometimes be um, a reason for it can become the means by which you end up suffering, pretty much. So for me, when I hear you say that, right, from my point of view, I'm hoping that you can actually see the other side and realize that no, there's actually grass here as well. There's probably meaning in where I don't find any meaning. Okay. I hope I'm making sense of what I'm trying to say, because it's a very difficult concept to get across.
Oh, these things are super simple. I'm sure everybody got it. Peace and respect, Caterpillar.
Yeah,
Hey,
hey Caterpillar. They're
you just
gorgeous.
let me know when you want me to respond to any of those parts, and I will.
Well, I
No,
think
sure,
Batman
James,
wanted to
you can.
say something as well.
That's fine. That's
I
fine.
wouldn't mind responding, but I think Batman's been waiting very patiently. It's up to you, Richard. Of course, your room.
Go ahead, Batman.
No, I think it was a good call.
Look, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go
Yep.
ahead, man.
Okay, so let me just say this first. I do practice Zen Buddhism, right? And anyone who knows at least the smallest things about that particular religion or ideology, whatever you want to call it, is that life is suffering, right? Uh, Deeply, when you really look at it, um, existence within itself. right? Unless you're in a perfect state, uh, however that might manifest, you're going to suffer one way or the other. And so I think one of the things that we as humans tend to do is that we tend to try to like moralize these realities that we experience, right? Whether they're good or bad. Like, sure, um, you know, if you really look at it, for example, going around to earn your food is to do that, it's some kind of suffering you have to go through. And suffering for a lot of people, right, is essentially just doing things that you don't want to do to get what you want, right? And so the problem that I have is that, okay, if it's a situation where you basically see existing as suffering, and that's morally wrong, so to speak, right? Um, to me, that doesn't make any sense because there's more to life than suffering, right? There are things that you and I mean, again, it depends on who you are as an individual and stuff like that, right? But I think that it would make more sense to take the position in just accepting things for what they are. Like in one of my books that I'm writing, in one of the scenes, a character basically asks, why does he have to suffer so much, right? And the answer that he got was, as long as he exists, he'll suffer. The only way he won't be able to suffer if he exists is if he exists within a way to where he cannot want anything, cannot feel anything, or experience anything, right? And so, you know, since you are suffering, right, the only thing you can do is to find your peace. Your peace could be in the form of life, or it could be in the form of death. But the only guaranteed peace we have, regardless of how much suffering or the level of suffering that you have or have experienced, is death. And so I don't necessarily see anything wrong with creating other humans voluntarily, right? Knowing that eventually, regardless of how much suffering or potential suffering that human is going to go through, there's going to be a good chance of a lot of happiness, right? Whatever the opposite of suffering might look for that individual, right? And there is still, and then there's going to be peace, right? Whether it's in their lives or when their life runs out. So that's just my take on it, on the whole antinatalist conversation as it relates to suffering.
Isn't the whole idea behind us trying to parent well is to adjust our children to the actuality so that they suffer as little as possible? Isn't it true that we try to protect our youth unable to fend for themselves in the larger world until they're ready enough that they can do it themselves, and in that reduce the suffering and increase the pleasure, the joy, the happiness, the love?
Yes, but in order to do that, they have to suffer, right? There's just certain
They,
things you're just not going to learn until you experience it. And
I believe
so,
that's true. Yeah.
you could make an argument that suffering is necessary, at least for us human beings, in order for us to thrive,
Yeah,
right?
it's a very interesting point that you bring up because my personal philosophy for parenting is that I want my kids to go through the suffering while I'm here so that I can guide them on how to manage it, essentially, how to come out of it. And so to basically let them fall and teach them how to get up, so to speaking. Because no matter what you do, you cannot help them avoid everything that they will face in life. And there will be a point in time where you won't be there um, to look after them anymore. If you fix everything for your kids, for example, right? When push comes to shove and you're not around, would they be in a position to make the right choice to um, to get back up after they've fallen, so to speaking?
Yeah, and I mean, for me, for the most part, right? It's not necessarily just about the survival aspect of it. I think a lot of it also has to do with the building of character, and not necessarily just as individuals, but as a species, right? And the way how I look at it is, I to some extent I agree with Mark's reason why he holds his position, right? But I think that in order for us to get past the point that we are right now, it would require a lot of suffering for us to get to the point to where we'll be able to optimize our usage of the environment, to get to the point of going out of space and going out of our solar system, or even if it means changing our biology to the point where we'll be able to travel, space long term and stuff like that. Like, in order to get to those points, right, we're most likely going to have to suffer, right? And
Well,
whether
sorry.
it's oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. If you finish your thought, Batman, I
Yeah,
don't want to
so
interrupt you.
so whether it's a giant rock falling on the Earth from outer space, or us using up resources to the point where there is not enough on the planet, even though statistically I don't necessarily think that's going to be a thing for quite a long time. But regardless of whichever that suffering might manifest, we're going to be put in a position to where, in order to survive as a species and as a collective, we're going to have to do something about it. And chances are it's not going to be a perfect solution, and it's most likely going to involve more suffering, right? But I think people like to live, and I think people um, think that the suffering that they experience is worth the rewards that they're going to be getting, regardless of their contribution.
Well,
Yeah,
I
that's
think,
my mindset on it.
yeah, no, Batman, you've brought up some really good points but I want to sort of differentiate slightly how I would consider struggle to suffering kind of thing, and I kind of agree with Faisal when he sorry, Batman. I do apologize, Batman, when he sort of says that suffering is necessary. I think that's true for struggle and challenges and things like that. But there's some suffering which is absolutely not necessary for children, for them to learn, sort of, I think sort of building that sense of fortitude towards your struggles in your life. I think that true suffering, like for instance, there's no necessary suffering in a child being beaten or a child being abused or anything like that. I think it's completely unnecessary for their lives.
I
It
think we
doesn't
can all
build
agree to that.
character.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So I at least want to sort of put across the idea that some suffering is absolutely not necessary. Even if you think that sort of having challenge and struggle, or probably what I would define as challenge and struggle, is necessary to build character. True suffering definitely isn't. There's no reason I can see why a child needs to suffer. And as James was sort of saying, there are situations where the children cannot escape this suffering that they're going through. They're placed in it. I think there is nothing necessary about that. And it's interesting you brought up the rock issue, the flying rock issue. Yes, we've been hit by asteroids. It's very strange, Fazil, that you sort of say, hey, the fact that we haven't been hit by asteroids when we've been hit by asteroids constantly throughout the Earth's lifespan, or however you want to look at it, through the Earth being here. And I mean, I can point to I can never pronounce the name Chicxulub, which was supposed to have wiped out the dinosaurs. There's a big crater, I think, in Utah somewhere, of this essentially nearly a world killer. The only organisms to survive were sort of very small and furry animals. Essentially, they did wiped out, and maybe some.
I thought that was
reptiles.
off the Yucatan Peninsula.
I don't know America very well. I'm sorry.
It's okay, you don't have to.
I can look it up. I can never.
It drives me
pronounce
crazy
it.
that Australia is upside down. So
No, we're the right way up there.
Yeah, the rest of us, we're upside down. That's how it works.
Yeah. Right. Dinosaurs.
I could be wrong.
Oh, it is Yucatan. So where is Yucatan? Where is that? Oh, in Mexico.
South
Okay, so
northern
Mexico.
South America.
Yeah, and that would explain the name. Okay, so we are being hit by these things on a.
Kill me, man.
Thanks. No, correct me, Richard. That's perfectly fine. Man.
That's funny.
No, I just like that explains the name. I was like, perfect.
Yeah,
that's why it's such
it
an
really
exotic
does.
Hispanic sounding name. Yeah.
Right. So these craters that we find in these we are being struck fairly regularly. Now our atmosphere protects them from most of them, but we know from these craters and the events that have happened, they don't protect us from all of them. And I mean, there's other issues like thank you, Peter. Like volcanic eruptions. There's a super volcano underneath Yellowstone that if that pops, we're going to be in serious trouble. There's all kinds of things, so it's not just that. But what I'd like you to do, Faisal, is sort of imagine if you didn't believe in a God that would stop this from happening. Where your priorities would lie, and what you would be trying to do as a human. If you didn't believe that anything was there to stop these things from happening, and maybe so you'll understand why sort of we're looking at, and my morality is probably different than James. I take a view on well-being being a positive utility that I'm after, not an elimination of suffering. So what I can sort of say is that if somebody suffers and then their well-being is increased afterwards, then that I would define as necessary suffering. But if their well-being is not increased by the suffering, then it is inherently bad and immoral. So I know moral only applies to choices, and there can be things that don't have choices, but inherently evil or bad, basically. So I come from a different position than James.
I think I actually have that challenge, Mark, in that if there is heaven and if there is future Earths, where empathy from heaven is extended to future Earths for their suffering, for the suffering that those ascended do have, then that all kind of makes sense to me.
So future Earths, as in future Earth-like planets that we go to, basically. So exoplanets.
Yes, exoplanets,
Okay.
and those also terraformed, and human beings on them. Our same animal.
Right.
Okay.
So where are you saying morality is coming from then?
I say I believe the suffering is justified in future humans, and our empathy upon ascension for those future humans, and that
Sorry, go ahead.
And one necessary part of it, I'll wrap it up real quick. One necessary part of it is that I think that, and this is very matrixy sounding, the first program had to be abolished because people wouldn't accept a perfect life. That without some amount of suffering, be it by our perspective excessive right now, in the third person experience of this was my life when I suffered, those ascended it wouldn't be as personalized as it is right now, and then there'd be some small percentage of those ascended who understood suffering in a real way and that would help keep suffering out of the utopian society, i.e., it would be the maintenance of the utopian society as a necessity.
Yeah, well, I think sort of going to exoplanets, or there's got to be a certain amount of struggle and probably suffering with them. I think that if the well-being of our species, our societies, and who we are as humans is increased, then that suffering would be worth it. However, I don't find that the suffering itself is a good thing. I think that sort of looking at it dialectically, like there are good and bad parts about it. It may have had a good outcome, but the suffering isn't good. And I'll point this out because if you've got two conclusions, right, you have the settlement of exoplanets, right, which is a good example because there's got to be suffering and struggle and challenges and, you know, people working through stuff to be able to get to it. But if we take out the suffering, just say we can do it, just, you know, somehow we get the technology by some way that we can just do it without any suffering, right? It will be a good thing even without the suffering. That will be a good outcome. So it can't be the suffering that is adding to the good outcome because it's going to be a good outcome either way. I think that's why I want to differentiate between challenge, which makes you extend yourself to rise to something, overcoming something, and true suffering, where you're sort of being beaten down into submission, or you know, something really terrible is happening to you, and just because. And I would differentiate the two, and I would say that suffering is never a good thing, even though there are things that are good that can be found as a consequence of it.
Hey, Mark,
So,
can I ask a clarification question? I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Don't you think if someone has never experienced bad, would you say, how would they determine if something is good?
Well, I think that you can have bad things happen without suffering per se. I think I would sort of take suffering to be a sort of more extreme version of something bad happening, and maybe that's just me in my mind. I've got a different definition of what suffering is, but yeah, I think that, you know, things that can happen that are bad, but I wouldn't necessarily define them as suffering per se. Like your car can break down. I wouldn't say you're suffering. If you had to wait in the heat for it to be towed, maybe I would define that as suffering. Like, you know, here in Australia, you're in 45-degree heat, like waiting for a tow truck, like you're just suffering, you know. I would sort of define that as suffering, but not your car breaking down isn't necessarily what I would call, you know, I wouldn't say, hey, my car broke down, I was suffering because it broke down. It's usually,
however, your liver breaks down, that's suffering.
Oh, well, I think it's not that your liver breaks down that's the suffering, it's what comes with it. The extended period of misery and or pain, or sort of this ongoing sort of pain. You know, you might stub your toe and you wouldn't say, hey, I'm suffering, kind of thing. However, if you're experiencing chronic pain for years on end, you're suffering at that point. So I think there must be a designation made, which, you know, I haven't really given it any serious.
Yeah. So
yeah,
Mark,
it's hard to draw the line. Sure.
I would say that suffering, yes, there are degrees to suffering. I can understand what you're trying to get at. That certain type of suffering really is so small on, if there was to be a scale, that you are not even going to classify that as suffering. But it's still suffering if you go by what it means, right? It is anything that causes you any type of hardship, right? That's a more broader definition.
Yeah.
And probably in the context that you're mentioning this, is that hardship essentially is causing pain, right? So if something causes you pain, That's what you're calling as suffering. But I think a broader definition is that any type of hardship that you go through, right? Be that a flat tire, it is a sort of suffering,
Okay.
right? But
Okay.
I do understand your point on where you're getting to, and I think in one way I can agree that the, uh, generally in life it's, and I'm coming from a moral point of view which I believe in, right? That you should go through life with the idea of reducing suffering for not just yourself but the people around you, right? That's the general rule. um, and then again at times there's things that you cannot do, right? But at the same time I think what I'm trying to say about suffering is that it's I'm not saying that it's a good thing per se, right? What I'm trying to say, it's not necessarily a bad thing. So to generalize suffering as always being bad or resulting in something bad isn't a complete view of suffering. You're
So
I would
ignoring that
agree.
part,
If you,
right?
yeah, if you're using suffering as sort of any hardship at all, sure, I can accept that definition, and under
Okay.
that, yeah, absolutely, yeah. No, I get what you're saying, Fazl. I do agree that some suffering can be a good thing if it leads to a good outcome, sort of, so consequentialism.
Yeah.
I get that. Yep.
And there's something, Batman, that you mentioned earlier in your sort of trip down the just the cosmic lane, let's say, where you said that maybe human beings would have to suffer and probably change into something else, some other species, before we end up in a different planet. Do you think, or would you consider us still being humans at that point? And do you think that going through that type of suffering, which changes us that much, is that um, not just the suffering, but the idea that we would no longer be human in one sense, right? That's how I see it. Because if we change our DNA, if we change into some other species, essentially we're no longer human, right? Then would you then consider that as a morally justified position just for the human race to survive and not no longer be the human race?
um so this is where we go into the conversation of evolution. So I'm going to answer your question by kind of outlining an example, right? Let's say Yellowstone explodes, right? And there's so much dust and soot and all of that stuff, it covers the globe, right? And you know, all sunlight is blocked out, all that stuff, and we have um what's basically another ice age, an extreme one. Now, let's say that eventually, right, we started to see humans being born with certain, I think they're called enzymes, right, in their bodies that allows them to operate efficiently in the cold. Basically, as if, it's a nice day out for a normal, regular human, right? And we have a mechanism to spread that to all other humans, right? Now, yes, that would most likely require changing our DNA, right? But the interesting thing about being human, right, or just being a biological organism, that's changing every day, constantly, right? And so we're only calling ourselves humans right now, um, based on the difference of other species that exist, right? And so I don't necessarily think the term the term we associate really matters, right? Because I think most people would agree that being human, right, is just being a part of this specific species, or being among these specific animals that you can reproduce with, live with, right? And you look alike and stuff like that. So I don't necessarily see that as being an immoral thing. You know, I don't even, to be frank, I don't necessarily see any moral issues that could come from it. Mainly because, especially knowing the fact that it's going to reduce the suffering, right, of other humans, right? So, you know, to me, you could probably look at it as the ends justify the means type of view, right? But again, I'm of the view that just by existing, you're suffering one way or the other. And if we can, and our job is to reduce that suffering and reproduce,
Okay,
right?
before you reply, and I'm sorry to be rude, Faisal, it seems there is enough interest in you in the side chat that I would invite you to do a one-on-one show with me. And it seems that there are a lot of misunderstandings within my audience base about what Islam is and what the Quran actually reads. So if you would you don't have to reply right now, but that's why I provided you my email. If you would consider that, I would thank you for even considering it.
Yeah, we can definitely connect on that.
Okay. And Batman was saying ultimately there is going to be suffering where there is life, and that we are only right now human, and human changes.
Yeah. So the way how I look at it is that it's not necessarily about something being morally good or bad. It's more so, does it, does it make sense to do this thing regardless of um, the ups and downs, right?
So essentially,
And
the ends justify the means, in short.
yes,
Okay.
not in
A little
every
Machiavellian to
situation.
me.
Yeah, to be fair, yeah, you're right, Mark. I will agree with that, right? However, I don't necessarily think this is required in every circumstance to justify suffering, right? Because as Mark brilliantly said, in my opinion, right, there is unnecessary suffering, and the only thing that I see that could fix that problem as now, right, is death, and giving the people the choice of of death. That's the only peace, that's the only real peace you have. When you die, you're not gonna be locked up in some dark closet forever. Just that's being dead is not an experience, right? And so by not experiencing, right, there's no more suffering. Same way how we look at, sickle cell organisms, for example, right? Are they experiencing things, right? If your answer is no, right, then if you squish one of them, or if you take some antibiotics or something like that, that kills them, right? Um, then they're not suffering. That's the
Well,
way how I see it.
that would address James, but it wouldn't address me because my moral standard isn't to reduce suffering; it's to increase well-being. So, sort of cruelly killing animals, it's not going to be good for your well-being at all. Your psychological well-being, if you go around killing animals, is probably going to be lessened to a great degree. So I
Yeah, I
understand
agree.
if you're trying to yeah, no, I understand if you're trying to minimize suffering, you could make that argument, Mr. Batman, sorry, Batman. I don't want to conflate you with Mr. Batman. I'm sorry.
Please don't. Not the same guy.
No, you're way better than that guy. Anyway, no, but like, I understand that is a valid argument, and that's one of the reasons why I don't subscribe to minimizing suffering, because you get these examples of hey, if you could give everybody a pill which made them happy, ecstatically happy all the time, you might eliminate some suffering because no one can be depressed or upset. But their well-being certainly wouldn't be good. They would be in a state of, chemical haze their entire life. That's not what I would consider to be a person with good well-being. And
Exactly.
same with killing people to reduce suffering. That the well-being is not, you can't have well-being if you're killing people. Their well-being is never improved by killing people. However, well-being is a weird term. It kind of, you can make an argument for if somebody is in absolute pain and suffering and torment, and it would be better for their well-being to end that suffering, I could make the argument for euthanasia as being a better morally. However, their suffering would have to be at a point where it would be overwhelming kind of thing. It would be absolutely unbearable. And we want to give people autonomy because that's good for the well-being of society as well. So people being able to choose for themselves what will happen to them is good for society and society's well-being. But I understand your argument. I would like to give James a chance to respond because it was
Yeah, go
sort
ahead,
of more
James. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still here. So, I've been following all the conversations for the last, I don't know, almost an hour now since I last talked. And I don't mind, right? Because there are a lot of people, things to say, and I value all of it. Here's the thing, though. Listening to every single person on this panel that has spoken since me, I have been significantly misunderstood. And there just isn't enough time tonight to unravel it all. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to schedule a stream on my channel where I clarify everything that people misunderstood here. And normally MarkReid completely understands me, like even if he doesn't agree. And I just feel like, man, I did a bad job explaining myself tonight.
I'm so sorry. I don't want to misrepresent you, James. If I say something that's please do correct me. I'm more than happy for you to correct me. Absolutely.
Right. Well,
I don't want to misrepresent you.
If I interrupted every single person every time they misunderstood something I'd said, you guys never would have got a sentence out. So I'm just like,
well,
I'm
that's
going to
depressing,
schedule.
But okay,
it is what it is, and I'm not taking it personal. It's just that maybe I'm not.
Okay.
Maybe I started off on my A game and slipped down to my C game, and that's on me. And I'll correct it tomorrow, or as soon as I'm feeling up to it, I'll start a stream on my channel. And I'll go back over this and I'll clarify my thoughts. But a lot of what you guys said.
Can you post it in the side chat, the link to your channel?
Oh yeah, I can do that.
If you wanted to go ahead and create the stream, if you're going to stick around long enough, please feel free to post it.
Oh, I could do that now.
Do
and just
subscribe to James. He runs a really good channel. Like I'm subscribed. I really love the stuff that he puts out. Very, very insightful and thoughtful.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I'll create one for tomorrow. 2 p.m. probably Eastern Standard Time, if that works for you guys. So, I don't.
None of these topics are very easy to express, and that's what's interesting to me is trying to sort these things out between us.
Right. So
yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm going to make it. I'll be quiet for a minute while I'm making the stream, and then I'll jump back over to let you guys. I'll post it in the channel.
Okay.
Sure.
So
I do want to pose a question before we continue because, Matt, when you talk about well-being, what do you necessarily mean by the term well-being?
Okay, so I think it would be well-being would be the health, either the physical or mental health of an individual or the society. And so the problem comes in that when to prioritize the society and when to prioritize the individual. I think that we can come up with, or really my position is that there are a number of fundamental rights we can base upon the well-being of a person. Like they need these to have well-being. And I think you outlined some of them, sort of food, shelter, water, that kind of thing. There's also some mental things. They used to be called Maslow's hierarchy of needs. That's not used in psychology anymore. It's a bit different, but there are certain things like self-actualization, a feeling of safety, a feeling of acceptance. There are certain things that humans intrinsically need to have a healthy psychological mind and a healthy and a healthy body, of course. So these food, shelter, water, etc., etc. So we can base that as the needs of humans as the essentials for well-being, and so make some basic rights that are sort of inviolatable as far as humans are concerned. But beyond that, we have to start looking at how do we make the well-being of society better? How do we create a healthy society? Both because society is made up of humans, so the humans have to be healthy, and we have our essentials for that. And then we have to look at what makes the society healthy, and we can start to sort of make some objective determinations on what makes a society healthy. You can sort of say, hey, a society that even outside of human rights, like you can't murder because obviously that violates well-being. A society that just allows people to just go around hurting animals or something, that's not going to make a healthy society. A society that allows people to go around speeding everywhere, that's not going to make it. We can make these objective designations from studying the outcomes of what will make a society have more well-being or less well-being, and that's what I base my morality on.
Okay.
I hope that explains what I mean.
Hey, Mark. So I have this idea, right? That I think that humans are universally immoral for not burying our dead in biodegradable coffins and in locations where other plants and animals would basically be able to get nutrients that we have. Now, under certain circumstances, the idea would be to, for example, certain disease, people that have certain disease viruses, right? Those we would cremate, right, and destroy whatever, so that doesn't get spread if they're eaten or or it gets put into soil and stuff like that. Because I don't know, and by the way, I don't. There's no science backing this. This is just purely based on my intuition, right?
No, I get you. Yeah.
I think we humans are taking too much out of the system and not putting back enough when by essentially burying our dead to where don't we don't our bodies don't put anything back into the environment. Does that make sense? Right?
Yeah. I think that there's a number, like, and you're probably right. I think though that what I would sort of say is that, hey, you'd be morally virtuous, or it would be you'd be morally superior doing something like that. However, I understand there's constraints of people. Those biodegradable sort of tree pods and coffins and things, they're kind of expensive. And I would like to be buried in sort of, they have these things where they basically put tree seeds in the thing, and you are the fuel for a tree. I think that's beautiful, but they're very expensive at the same time, so people can't necessarily afford them. There's other circumstances where people aren't able to do what they would like to do. Sometimes it is a case that cremation is the cheapest option. Something that they can't afford a burial plot. There's other constraints to people's actions. Whereas you might be morally superior, I don't think you would say, hey, you're immoral for just burying your loved one, in a normal coffin, etc., etc. I mean, you may well be right. I don't think, however, that's because as humans, we do have to prioritize, sort of. So there are things that are pressing problems on us, and things further down the track, and unfortunately we can't give everything the same attention. So things like sort of climate change at the moment is the pressing problem. I think that the burying of our dead isn't. I mean, don't get me wrong, it may be a factor. I haven't read a huge amount about it, but I don't think it's sort of the pressing problem that, say, climate change is, for instance, if that makes sense. So if it was the pressing problem that climate change is, I would agree with you that maybe not I mean, disposing sounds like such a horrible word. Disposing of our dead in a way that assists the well-being of our society and people would be morally bad, but I don't think I would rise to that at the moment. Just one thing to add to Batman.
Okay.
Morality is such a complex subject. Like, it is so complex. It's one of the most complex things we can talk about. So I realize you may completely disagree and I may disagree, and that's okay. I get that. It's just insanely complicated. A lot of variables in there. I get it. So, go for it.
Yeah. So for me, right, I think one of the really awesome things about being human is that we are very efficient creatures, or we can be, right? And coffins are expensive because they take a lot of material to make, right? They take a lot of work to make and stuff like that, right? But let's say wooden coffins, right? A wooden coffin doesn't have to be, or doesn't need to be, elaborate. And I mean, I understand the idea, and people are probably going to call me reprehensible for this, but I'm sorry, but a person who is dead is not going to care about the coffin that they're in, right?
Well,
And so the way how I see it is that spending thousands of dollars and putting thousands of hours into making extremely elaborate coffins, right, to where whenever we degrade, right, we don't put anything back into the system, right? I think that's part. And again, I don't have any solid evidence for this. I might actually put some research into it and come up with something more concrete, right? This is just solely my intuition, right? But I think that our attachment to the dead is contributing to the destruction of the environment. Right?
Okay,
the
pause right
environment
there.
meaning. Oh, sorry.
Okay. I mean, I love these, but they have to be teasers because no one gets to actually finish. And I'm sorry, that's the sad situation. But I hope more people will come together on individual channels because of these conversations. And let's kick it over to Math Pig, and then, of course, Stephanie.
Math Pig?
Math Pig, that's you.
Of course, he's going to be expected to unmute.
There you go.
Wake up!
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Wake up! Wake up!
It's good to see you.
Stuff. I was on Discord earlier. If anyone hasn't known, tomorrow, look up Let's Debate. If Let's Farm has come across, they're doing their very first live stream, live debate, live open panel. Go by Let's
Is that
Farm.
spelled with 2 T's?
Yes.
Yes.
No, I'm just listening. I only come in just as I come in. Just listening.
Stephanie, you came in because you had a thought. I'm sure Stephanie had a thought about this very conversation.
Yeah, I had all sorts of thoughts, and then the conversation took a turn towards death, and I wondered if it was because of my advanced age.
Oh no,
Yeah.
no. So I was actually going to connect that with the suffering conversation, but
Yep.
Well, my thought on my thoughts specifically were on suffering and well-being, and I had a lot of thoughts. One of the things that I learned recently was that the word dukkha doesn't. It's often translated as suffering, but it's the etiology of the word, or not etiology. What's the right word?
Etymology.
Etymology, not entomology. Otherwise, Bree would
No,
be
that's
here.
bugs.
But the etymology of the word comes from it comes from all the, and it's like a malformed axle hole creates a bumpy ride. So really, one might say life is a bumpy ride. Like the nature of life, it's just not smooth. It's never going to be smooth. And we can try to make the ride through smoother, maybe alter this stuff. But I think I think well-being is a better approach, and for as a basis of morality. And the point is that we don't need to make the axle hole more uneven. We don't need to make things difficult for people. And that promotes well-being and at least doesn't increase suffering.
Stephanie, would you be so kind as to keep these cowboys reined in while I have a cigarette?
Sure, I'm having one while I sit here, but that's because I'm privileged.
Well, you can smoke it indoors and I can't. All right, thank you.
I'll try. I'm putting my moderator hat on.
Stephanie's a fearmonger. Don't leave Stephanie in charge. Get a weapon.
Yes, I am a fearmonger. I'm a terrifying human being.
Yeah. So
that's my contribution to the.
I do want to add something to what Stephanie just said. There's a concept in the Quran, right? When you read it in chapter 107, right? And basically, one of the key concept in there is that one of the things that a Muslim cannot do, in a sense, is to refuse small acts of kindnesses, right? And the idea being that it goes to the point which you keep bringing up, Mark, that wellness is probably a better measure of.
Sorry, Face, you cut out there for me. Is that for everybody?
No, I was following.
You guys can still hear me?
I can hear you now.
I got you.
Yeah, all good here.
Okay, so what I was saying is sort of increasing wellness is sort of a better measure compared to reducing suffering. But the big question is, when you think about it, right? How do you make sure there's more wellness, and how do you regulate it, right? Because we all sort of know whenever the government sort of puts their foot into anything, they mess up, because you cannot force someone to be a better person to others, right? Whenever you enforce a good rule, there's always people. It's human nature to find out ways to go against what they're forced to do, right? So in that sense, essentially,
Was that
it
the only
comes
two
down.
questions?
Can I ask
Sorry?
questions? Yeah.
Either Fazl's cutting out or he's finished. Fazl, are you still there?
I'm still here.
Faisal is, he's been constant for us, Mark. I don't know, maybe.
I think it's from your end, Mark.
Maybe I'll try.
Faisal, are you done with your thought, or it seemed like you
No,
hadn't quite reached the end?
No, so let me just finish that up, because the way I see it, if you think about a practical way of increasing wellness, it's the idea to instill the idea into pretty much every human that they have to be there for the other people around them. Okay. And it's not an easy idea to instill in them without having a sort of because a lot of times for someone to act in a way which helps the other person or the other, you end up sacrificing on your end, or you end up suffering. At the minimum level, it's a hardship in the sense that you're spending time that you could have spent somewhere else to better yourself or to better your own well-being, sort of speaking. But the idea that these small acts of kindnesses raise the level of the general wellness of a society is it's one of those ideas that's not possible, I believe, without having a concept of uh, an ultimate transcendent reward for it, which you may not receive in this world.
Okay. Could I
Um,
could I
Sure.
talk to that just briefly? I think that raises the point of, if should one have a concept of an ultimate transcendent being. There are many societies that are organized around that concept, um, and have enshrined that concept into law, the result of which is suffering for large classes of people, um, particularly women. It does. Is it increasing well-being to forbid girls from receiving an education?
No.
Is it enhancing well-being to create a structure of polygamy? So this is where things get political, and I don't know that I don't. First of all, I don't think that it's been proven that societies organized around the concept of a supreme being and the law of of universal wisdom hasn't proven in human society to promote well-being universally, which is why I think that uh, the reliance on anything other than our own capacity for empathy for each other, I think that's probably a more productive path to tread down. And one can appeal to, in Islam, in Hinduism, in Buddhism, one can appeal to the best parts of those traditions, uh, to call upon us to show our empathy and to do better. That's my thought on that.
um,
But
Okay, I'd like to address it as well because I subscribe to the well-being model as well. And I think Steph's made some excellent points there, absolutely excellent, that we see these societies that are theocracies that have made the designation of morality and therefore legislative outcomes their faith, and it doesn't seem to have increased the well-being of their people. In fact, I'm sure we can point to some horrible cases where it hasn't. There are secular societies that their people do have a sort of a first world level of well-being, like Japan, for instance, very secular country. Australia's pretty secular now; it's getting up to 40% atheist, and its implementation is secular. So all of these countries that are doing well, and I can point to the Scandinavian countries like Sweden and Finland and places like that. They seem to have implemented societal structures that are very good for their populations. Sweden's got the best Finland has the best education in the world, for instance, very secular country. So the evidence is there that a sort of believing in an ultimate transcendent being does not necessarily get you to a society that has well-being. So your first question was, how do you make sure there is more well-being, and that's where we have to study the outcomes of different policies put in place. And I'm not saying that they're going to get it right all the time. I'm not saying that, hey, governments will get it right 100% of the time, kind of thing. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is that, and we have to differentiate here between legislative and moral things, like so things you put into law and what we see as moral, because they're not necessarily the same thing. There's certain things put in law that we're going to morally disagree with, but this is my moral stance towards a better society, and that's the one I would promote. How do you regulate it? That again is you're sort of making a category error between a legal standing and a moral standing, what we ought to do. Because when we say what we ought to do, there's things that are in society that are um, not illegal, but they're still immoral. Like there's nothing really preventing you from taking a sign out and sort of speaking hate against groups in America at the moment. It's not illegal, but I would certainly say it's immoral because it's harming the well-being of others. If you subject certain groups, and let's face it, a while ago it was with segregation and Jim Crow, certain things were legal to do, but I would still say they're immoral because they harmed the well-being of people, and that's where I'm coming from. So how do we sort of implement it in reality? Well, we implement it like any other moral system. We behave in such a way that you behave in the society that you want. So if I want to be treated with kindness and humanity, then I have to do that for other people. And that basic concept is called reciprocity. It's basically when you do something, other people will do the same for you. It's almost a social contract, and it's a hallmark of social animals that we do work together in this way. That when we are doing things for other people, they're doing things for us. I don't think there's anything unusual about that in societies, but I don't think, like for instance, the moral essentials that I was talking about, like food, shelter, the right to autonomy, the right to bodily integrity, so you're not murdered and things. They're things we can legislate. If you're talking about the things for society beyond that, we may not be able to legislate them into practice. It may be that we as a society must just decide that we're not going to denigrate others, that we are going to treat them with kindness, that we are going to provide empathy. I don't think sort of if you try to legislate every single moral in the world, then you'll quickly find you have a totalitarian society.
So, Mark, just
Yeah.
to go back, I think you and I are pretty much saying the same thing. This is exactly what I meant
Yeah,
here, that you
I was just
cannot.
about to say that.
So this is what I meant, that you cannot legislate morality, pretty much, right? Because, like I said earlier, that once you start legislating certain moral actions, right, it's human nature to try to find ways to go against that because people don't like being forced into doing things, right? What I was trying to point out here is that, firstly, in a society where there is no transcendental legislation, let's put it that way, there is no way um, to have any objective moral standard, because there are 6 people in this panel right now. Each one of us has a different opinion of what is morally right. We don't have an objective opinion of what is morally right. So the question comes up, what exactly is objective morality, right? It has to be agreed upon as a standard, as something which everybody can say that even if I have a different opinion, objectively, this is right and this is wrong. All right. So, in that sense, my opinion doesn't matter. What's objectively moral is what matters. Right.
Okay, so here's you. Let me grant you your point. I would posit that
Is it me or
the
is Stephanie cutting off?
It's
It
not
sounds
just
fine to
you.
me.
Stephanie is cutting in and out. Just could
Yeah.
you get a little closer to your microphone?
Well, I can on my earbuds. I don't know. Am I still cutting in and out?
Could you keep your right hand from between your mouth and the earpiece?
Something's buzzing. I don't know what the buzzing
Something
is.
is buzzing. I don't know who it is.
It's Batman. I already got it. Just don't put your right hand
Huh.
between your mouth and your cheek.
Okay.
Stephanie. Okay.
I'll give it my best shot. My
Well, that wasn't it.
Stephanie, tuck your hair behind your ears. Tuck it behind your ears. If you're using
Tell you what-
earbuds and they're the mic, your hair will block.
try this. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. If I grant that you need to have a higher moral standard, an objective moral standard. How do you do that in a multicultural society where not everybody's going to agree on even that? Ultimately, if you have a society that surrenders its moral will to a higher power, say a god or a system of religious beliefs, that's all very well and good, but you're basically saying, take this, let this cup pass from me and let God decide. I don't think that works very well either, because that's sort of basically taking the approach of the Pope toward the Cathars, kill them all, let God sort it out. And I don't think that works.
That literally was a T-shirt that my father's regiment produced back in 80s, 90s, whenever I was growing up. My mum used to walk around hoovering and stuff with a T-shirt with a skull on it, with like a snake thing for the symbol of their regiment that said, kill them all, let God sort them out.
So what I think is we need to do the hard work of talking through political battles here on God's green earth between the people that we have to deal with, and try to come to some sort of understanding that your beliefs aren't sufficient to, no one's beliefs are sufficient to create a universal morality. It's the process of sorting out consensus of, okay, we can do this and leave this sector to one's own. There's the government sector, and then there's the personal sector, and we can sort it out that way.
Can I respond to Stephanie before? Yeah, go ahead,
I'd like
Mark,
to
then.
say something just before, because you sort of said that I agreed with you, and I couldn't disagree with you enough. I don't. There is no way that an ultimate transcendent being is needed for morality.
No, that's not what I said. We agreed on.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I sort of object to the whole idea of transcendent legislation, and let's discuss for a moment the whole idea of objective morality, because it hasn't been demonstrated to me that there is any kind of transcendent being that this objective morality, supposedly is giving us this objective morality. So in actual fact, it can't seem to be demonstrated that the morality is in fact objective. Now, I subscribe to meta-ethical relativism, and what that means is that the goal of I don't believe in objective morality. I think that the goal can be whatever you want. There's nothing in the universe that says you have to care about humans, or you have to care about society, or you have to care about people. I don't think
Evolution.
Well, that's an argument, but there's other evolutionary drives not necessarily leading towards a societal outcome. Like, there's nothing in evolution that says, "Hey, you have to build a society to survive." Right?
No, I don't say that it's built into that you have to, but
right.
it does create What is it? Coincidence is not circumstance, or what is that?
Correlation is not causation.
Thank you. I knew I was wrong, but I knew you'd get it. Yeah, it's exactly
Right.
that.
Right. Well, I don't think evolution rises to the level of a moral system being objective. I think there are tools that we have as social creatures, like empathy and reciprocity, that allow us to understand the moral system within our societal. As a societal animal, we can understand these things using these tools that evolution has sort of given us as developed. But I don't think that it anyway. So I don't think objective morality exists. I understand your point, MathPig. I would disagree, and I could outline a whole thing of why I disagree. However, I think that once we get a framework, once we agree that society is important, that people are important, that the well-being of these things are important, if that's what we agree on, Faisal, and that's what I was getting to, then objective evaluations of what is better for the well-being of society and what is better for the well-being of individuals can then be made. And we're not going to agree, I would presume, on what that is. But it doesn't seem like that transcendent legislation and legislation based upon theocratical dogma gets us to a society with better well-being. The health of the society isn't increased. The happiness of the society certainly isn't increased. There's a whole load of metrics, and theocracies score right at the dead last. They are dead last. So I don't think there's a way you could convince me that a society based on transcendental legislation, or essentially a theocracy, is going to get you to a society with better well-being than one based upon rational empiricism and scientific study of what actually makes humans more healthy, more happy, more psychologically stable, and implementing those legislative policies that sort of walk us towards that outcome.
Okay, so Mark, a couple of things here. So, firstly, I think what I said we agree on is the idea that morality shouldn't be legislated. I think we can agree on that part, right? That there,
I didn't.
generally
Sorry,
speaking,
just
morality.
one second, Faisal. I said that not all morality should be
Yes.
legislated. Some should be. Yes. Sorry. Go ahead.
All right. I think we're pretty much aligned on that part.
Okay.
What I was getting to with the idea of objective morality not being possible without transcendental legislation is that, firstly, if morality, I think we can probably agree that morality should, by definition, be objective. Otherwise, if two people hold different views, then it doesn't necessarily mean anything. What is morally right? What is morally wrong? If I have a different view on that, and you have a different view on that, and let's say the two of us are the only two people on earth, there's no way for you to say that you're doing something wrong, or me to say you're doing something wrong, Mark. Do you agree with
I
that sort of a premise?
strongly disagree with that. So what we're talking about is morality applied to society. So what we're talking about is societal oughts. And yeah, you're right. Under a meta-ethical framework, there's nothing saying that you have to, and that's the objective morality that you're trying to sort of claim exists. That everybody ought to. There's some intrinsic reason everyone ought to care for others and do certain things or adhere to certain moral practices and moral codes. I don't think there is any such designation happening. But once we form a society and we can agree that, for instance, the well-being of the people in that society is important, the well-being of that society itself is important, we can then make objective moral decisions based upon the rules of that framework. So I don't agree that sort of objective morality is necessary. people can say, hey, I don't care about the well-being of others. In fact, I'm going to work against it. And I don't care about the well-being of society. I'm going to work against that. Well, great. That's fantastic. You can do that if you want. There's nothing stopping you. However, within that society with the moral framework, you will either A, be basically locked up and stopped from damaging the society that we're all a part of, because that is the moral framework for the society, or get out of the society. If you don't want to adhere to the moral framework of that society, leave. Go seasteading. Go
Mark,
to
I think
another place
I
where
think
you're happier.
I think in one way you're conflating legislation with morality again, because the idea of someone being locked up or being excommunicated, right? That sort of implies there's some sort of legislation around it. What I'm talking about primarily here is, and the context in which I was actually talking, is that
Okay.
for increasing wellness, right, you need to increase these small acts of kindness that one does for the other, right? That was the context in which I brought this up. Um, General wellness will not increase unless everybody has the idea that if I help this person by just removing some obstruction from the road, right? Or I get rid of this rock because if a cyclist comes by and they don't see this rock in the corner, they might actually have an accident, right? If people refuse to do that, it would result in a society where general wellness will not be as good as in a society which actually applies those rules. Does that sort of clarifies where this argument started from?
No, because even in your theocracy societies, they don't legislate small acts of kindness. It's not legislated into their legal code.
And,
So
and I agree with that. I agree with that. That's what I was actually saying.
well, if I could just sort of finish, so yeah, you can't legislate everything morally, but what will happen if people act immorally is there'll be social repercussions as well. They will be shunned by other people. They will have some sort of social impact on them, and this is how societies have worked forever. We haven't legislated some immoral things, and because we do have a sense of empathy and we do have a sense of reciprocity. We understand that if somebody is basically being a jerk, we don't associate with them, and they kind of have consequences in a societal way as well. So we don't have to legislate every single moral consequence because there are societal consequences for things.
I would say that it's not necessarily the case that for everything there will be a societal consequence. All right.
No, true.
Like the kind of actions that I was talking about are things you probably wouldn't even, I don't know if you understand that in that sense where I'm coming from. For example, one of the concepts that we have in Islam, right, is that it's an act of charity to smile at someone, right? So just the idea of smiling at the person that you're looking at or the person who sees you is considered, there's a reward in that which is not which you cannot achieve in this world. It's transcendental, right? It only makes sense to someone who believes in the idea that they will be rewarded for it in an afterlife by a transcendental being, that they would actually consider that act of smiling at others as being something worth doing. All right.
No, that's not
So
true. That's
hold
not
on.
true. I just want to no. I just want to address that really quick. No, because of reciprocity. So if I want to live in a society where people smile at me, I've got to smile at others. It's simply that. It's simply that. And sort of so this whole idea that you need something transcendental for people to do it. People do. Atheists do things all the time that they don't expect a transcendental reward. So that's clearly demonstrably false. I'm sorry, Faisal. It just is. Go
No,
ahead, Batman.
so if an atheist does something, right?
Yeah.
The I'm not saying that atheists do something just because they're an atheist, they wouldn't do it, right? That's not the implications of this.
The-
What I'm
but
trying to
your
say
point
here is that the idea of doing it just for the sake of um, basically attaining a reward in an afterlife, right? That that becomes something which you intend to do, right? Instead of just being something which you're looking for a reward, a satisfaction by seeing a smile from the other person. Let's say you smile at me when you're talking, I am really angry at you, right? Would you continue smiling at me or would you change your demeanor?
I don't know. I don't know the circumstances. Usually, I'm blissfully unaware when people are angry at me, so I probably wouldn't even notice. Anyway, look. The whole point is that you can look at these Islamic societies, and I challenge you to give me one Islamic society that is happier on the whole than a secular society.
So here's the thing, Mark. Your
What's the thing?
definition or your criteria for judging a society in that sense, right? That is this happier or is this not happier? I would sincerely say that before you go ahead and ask me for that, give me your measure and let me tell you whether or not I agree with it or not before we go about doing it. Because
So what's your metric?
my metrics are different. It's not just, I mean, this is not a very
that's fine. They're
simple and
different. What is it?
straightforward piece, right? So, for example, my metric is one of the first things that I look at is what are the family values, right? How well people are treating each other, right? How cohesive the society is as a whole, right?
Shouldn't
There
that
are
make
other
more
metrics
happiness?
that I would actually look at, which probably you would not look into. So it's just a different worldview on how things should be measured, rather than just giving me your yardstick to measure and basically tell me how well or how good or how bad that society is.
I would break in here to say that
I'll try and find the metric I would use. Sorry.
even with that, we're not talking about we're talking about human societies here. We're talking about a human society that might be based on a particular set of God beliefs, but this is a very meta conversation in certain respects, because we're kicking the conversation upstairs to God, and when in reality we're still dealing with how humans interrelate with each other. So your metric is founded on family and this and that and the other thing. We can have an argument over that.
Stephanie,
and we'll still have that argument, whether there's a God involved or whether there isn't a God involved, and it comes down to which God are you going to pick. I mean, there was some discussion in the side chat. Which God are you going to pick? Does your God consider me an abomination?
I don't know what you mean by.
Does your God? Well, there are people like the people of Westboro Baptist Church who somebody in the side chat said are a joke. It's no fucking joke to me when people are parading around with signs outside of rallies that declare there is a divine hatred toward me as an individual human being.
Can I stop you there, Stephanie?
Finish.
Because
Let Steph finish. I mean,
no, there's something I need to address here, because I feel that there's been a couple of times before as well that Stephanie has spoken about this, and I just want to address something. Stephanie, I think as far as our conversation has been, I've not met you before, right? And as far as my conversation with you today has been, I've not come across and said anything to you that you would consider as me trying to be disrespectful or mean to you. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that, but I need to press the point. I would like to assure you that I'm not questioning your good faith
Yes.
or your kindness as a human being or you as a human being. I'm basically saying that there does exist in the world, demonstrably, a set of people who, out of their deeply held beliefs, and it's not you, it's just generally speaking. And we're talking about the organization of a society. And the point I just made was, who's God?
That is a separate thing. I just want to clarify something
That
here.
was the
No, no, no,
key to
no,
my
no, Stephanie,
point.
let me clarify something here. So, first of all, I want to make sure that you understand I'm not responsible for every individual who ascribe to my faith. All right? Or every individual who believes in God. Okay?
If I am conveying to you as a believer that I do hold you to responsible to everyone that ascribes to your faith. I don't know your individual beliefs. I don't know how you treat your faith or relate to it. And I want to assure you that I have lots of of people of faith who are very good people.
Actually,
And
generally
we
speaking,
need those people, both atheists, members of marginalized communities. We need those people to not be silent in the face of our oppression.
no, but I just felt that you were coming across as a bit aggressive with some of the statements that you made earlier as well. And with
Could
this
you provide me
specifically,
with one?
with the idea that in when you talked about women and
Mm-hmm.
I felt that you were saying that in Muslim communities or in Islamic societies, because of faith or belief in God, right, that we oppress women, which is a very common misunderstanding about Islam, right? And unfortunately, it's I didn't address that immediately, but at the same time, I think what it requires, I believe, is more of a discussion to understand where we come from as Muslims, rather than just saying this is a problem. Let's have that discussion sometime, right? I would be very open to having a more open discussion about some of these aspects and what our viewpoint is, right?
Sure, but but you need to listen to what I actually said. I wasn't saying that it's fundamental to your faith that a particularly oppressive government enacts laws that they base in faith, but they are actually basing in, this is where I'm trying to draw the dichotomy here. What my point was, you can have a deep religious belief and deep faith, but it depends on what that faith causes you to do. Not you individually, but what causes a society to do. And there are some societies that are organized principally around faith, whose beliefs cause them to do things that cause harm to people. And I'm not
And I,
directing it. It's not an all Muslims thing. It's not an all Christians thing. I would say the same thing about the Westboro Baptist Church. It's not all believers believe that their God commands them through God's morality. They don't see God's morality as demanding obeisance to some principles that are inimical to people's well-being. But there
And
are enough that do, and those are the ones that tend to acquire power.
actually, Stephanie, that's where I would disagree. So, firstly, God's morality isn't in that sense. I think that there is a misunderstanding, and I think there is a deeper and more nuanced discussion that needs to be had for this. So definitely, uh, we can probably bring that up. But um, what I do want to do, because I do have to go in about 10 minutes or so, right? I do want to just get back to what Mark and I were talking about and just sort of
Sure.
wrap that up on my end, right?
Yeah.
So Mark, in a sense, and I think it would also sort of explain some of what Stephanie has been talking about. The idea that you have to submit to a higher authority for morality to make sense, where I'm coming from, right? And when I basically point that out, I'm basically saying you have to submit to a transcendental authority. When you think about it, all the solutions that you will come up with for um, for any form of morality or any form of agreed upon principles which you are talking about, which are not legislated, right? In all of those cases, you're still submitting to some form of authority, because without any authority in place, they don't necessarily make any sense, right?
So I think that your mistake is that you think that because it's transcendental, it automatically will apply to people. But the problem is the argument from moral diversity, basically that all people are going to follow the same interpretation, and they just don't. There's tons of people, and the fact that, and Stephanie had a really good point, the fact that you disagree with some of these theoretical based countries, like, you know, United Arab Emirates and you know, Djibouti and all of these countries, you know, Iran and, you know, that kind of thing, just shows that your objective morality doesn't get you to moral universality. It just doesn't, because you disagree with a vast majority of people in these countries that have criminalized things like being trans and being gay and things like that. So you're not getting to objective morality either, because it's subjective to what you interpret
Actually,
those
I,
verses that you're reading. No.
Just
What you're
just for the record, Iran is actually a very trans friendly country,
Oh, really?
albeit
I stand corrected.
yeah,
albeit very, very strangely so. You have to they get there through very,
Well,
very
they
strange
had
machinations. But hey, whatever.
they had a bit of a different thing than you know, before America went and came in there and just deposed of the democratically elected government and then installed the Shah in there in the 70s or something. It was actually a very, very liberal kind of country. It was actually very progressive. And then after the Shah, the theocracy took over, and it's been a nightmare ever since. But so they're probably are directed towards the Human Development Index, which sort of shows that the Western countries, and that's a whole thing including GDP, happiness, development in the country, industrialization, all these different metrics that have been put in place to show the development of a country. And there are certain countries like United Arab Emirates which are very high, but their GDP is incredibly high. These theocratical nations don't seem to get you to a developed sort of country that is progressing well. That isn't what we see. And you may be basing your metrics upon sort of some kind of transcendental objective morality, or some you know, how structured a family is. Well, that's not how we determine whether a country's going well. I would say you could have, you know, an African country where families are really well developed. It doesn't mean they are doing well as far as, you know, sort of a scientific understanding of the word, like a country that is thriving kind of thing. So I don't. I feel like when you say there's some other metrics I wouldn't agree with, that you're talking about specifically adhering to certain precepts in Islam. And I don't see any reason why I nor anybody else should consider them a metric of whether a country is doing well. And sort of to say we can't agree on whether a country is doing well, when in one country you've got, you know, a society with highly educated people and, you know, sort of progressive policies, and they take care of their poor, and they are got a good GDP and their people are happy, as opposed to another one where people are they may have a good family structure and they may be Islamic, but they're not. Their people are poor and they have to suffer to get to the places that they want to get to, and there is no social security net. And I don't know how you're going to make that argument, Faisal.
I think that is a very, in a way, if you're measuring happiness and if you're measuring well-being by just GDP or some of these metrics, I think it is a very biased approach, because some societies don't value certain things the same way as they are valued in a society here, for example, in the US or Canada or Australia, or generally speaking, the Western world, right?
I know Matt Pig wanted to ask a question.
Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah, I just saw in the chat. I think
sorry,
let's
Matt,
just
yeah.
we'll probably have to leave that for later. Matt Pig, I hope this is not a long one.
Matt Big, you can't ask
No,
that.
the point's lost. No. It's diverged. The conversation's gone. It was out of time. And
Okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. Ask the question. What was the question? I'm curious now.
Tentatively, there is possibly going to be a future stream dedicated to Faisal, because it seems like there's a really high amount of interest in what he's saying. So we may be doing a dedicated stream later. Please bring all of these ideas at that time.
Yeah, someone in the chat is sort of saying no country is thriving, my dude. We are all circling the drain. I don't believe that, Mac, to him. And I think that we are living in the best time that we ever have for education, for happiness, for technological progress, of course. But sort of compared to how countries used to be going, where, we were using child labor and people had no rights to unions or anything like that, and people would just work to death. I don't think circling the drain would be where I'd be pointing things. I mean, I'm not sure what country you live in, but I don't see.
Would you be open to the idea, Mark, that people, when they look at things, they don't always look at statistics? People who are of a basic, like us, like ourselves, have a statistical mind, and the first thing you go to is Google Scholar.
Sure.
You go to Google, you do these things. But when you interact with someone on the street, and we're talking about 60 to 70%, arbitrary number, but people on the street, they don't do this. They go with their feelings. They go with their gut emotion. So when you say these things, statistics may disprove it, but there's a sway with that. There's emotion with that.
right.
No, I get that. It's just I don't think that's a reliable way to evaluate. Our feelings are often wrong.
I 100% agree with you that it's not a reliable way to. But when you come at a person who has that belief, that is it a reliable way, and they see this in TV, and they see these things, and everywhere around them, and the people around them reinforce this constantly. When you tell them it's bullshit, here's a paper, they're going to dismiss you.
Well, yeah, and I mean the media's part way to blame for that, because it's all the
media's
ratings it's gotten by doom and gloom, and it's all going down the toilet, and then we're about to collapse and stuff. And I don't think that's the case. I think that the media just runs those stories because that's what gets the views, kind of thing. So
okay.
Yeah, no, I get you. I understand. I'm
saying
sorry,
is,
Mac. I didn't mean to jump down your throat back to him, and I do.
I
apologize.
know that everyone's
I
brains
gotta-
get derailed when I do this, but I'm so sorry that I have to on occasion. Faisal, so many thanks for coming in and
was a good
engaging with everyone. I really deeply appreciate it. I hope that
Love
you'll
the
be
icon.
available for a dedicated show later, but I want you to be able to have a little bit of floor space to give any wrap-up thoughts because you need to go.
Yeah, thank you so much. I was just waiting, Matt. Matt Pig, do you still have a question, or was that
It
gonna
was
be a
lost
long?
in the trail of thought, and I do
Alright,
have this
okay.
thing where if
Okay,
people interrupt, I lose the trail of thought.
That's good. So it's been a nice, interesting discussion overall. I know I decided to jump in because I know I would be coming in with different point of view on a lot of things. It will be interesting to have that discussion with the people here, because it's always good to have an opposing thought to allow your thoughts to develop, to allow your concepts to develop. Without question, everybody's been amazing so far. No, I don't feel disrespected on anything. I just want to make sure
Good.
that overall, if there are misunderstandings, that we have the opportunity to talk it over and understand and come to, even if we come to a disagreement, right? I think we can come to a respectful disagreement.
I
Right?
would say to you, Faisal, ma salama, and shukran.
All right. Thank you, Stephanie.
I would, if you're open on Saturday night, what would be 6 p.m. Eastern, man? I do an open live panel. I'd welcome to have you on. Something
All
very
right.
similar to yourself. What I aim for is an Irish pub on a Friday night where people can shout and row and scream at each other. And no matter what happens, the next week when you come back, the other person will buy you a pint and say, welcome back. You know, it's speak your opinion, be honest, say your mind, and you're more than welcome to come and join us on Saturday.
All right. Thank you so much, guys. I'll, if time permits, I will definitely join up. Richard, we'll connect for our session. Hopefully, we'll be able to arrange something soon. And thank you, everybody, for having me.
Alaikum salam.
Thank you, Faisal. It was
Bye-bye.
really good to talk to you. Really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Bye.
Yeah, so the whole idea of the show, I see you wrote that in, Stephanie. You're right. It's yeah, 50s, not 70s. I do apologize, got that completely wrong. But yeah, it was you look at the pictures of Iran back in the 50s and things, and they were just sort of very just normal. You know, their people were very happy, and you know, just a democratic country. It's really, I blame the US. So sorry, everyone. I blame the US. It's US meddling
We
that
do
caused
too.
the entire problem. Yeah.
Yeah, I blame the U.S. I mean, the overthrowing Mossadegh, who was a socialist, was a bad move. It was the Brits and the Americans. British
Yeah.
Petroleum was the key instigator there. It was all about oil, as it usually is.
Yeah.
And you know, people also, you know, you got to understand that Iran is Persia. You know, it's not an Arab country. They speak an Indo-European language. It's written in Arabic script, but you know, it's a whole different thing. None of these things are universal. You know, it's like, but I want to go back to my point, and it wasn't directed against Faisal. When you construct a theocracy, you're just kicking it upstairs. You know, when people talk about God's morality, I want to know which God. Pick one. And pick the God you want. Is it Allah, which means in Arabic the God, Allah? You know, it's God, right? It's God. It's not a different God, really. It's just the Abrahamic God.
You know, Stephanie, I think the crux of that whole
which God are you talking about?
I think the crux of your whole point is that there is no objective mind with which to understand any given religion, and each practitioner actually understands it differently, necessarily. And
Yeah.
because of that, we can never have agreement.
Well, and even if they believe in the same God,
and so it ultimately redounds to
subjective
humans negotiating what makes a just society, what makes a society that comes to a common understanding of morality. And if we get, you know, if in absent any God, large number people, I mean, people used to talk about godless communism. If a large number of people come to the understanding that this particular political / moral system is correct, that's the moral system that people are going to have to operate under, even if that means that people are marginalized, pushed to the edges, and in fact pushed off the fucking earth. So
Well, and even if
whether
people,
there's a God, whether there isn't a God, you're still winding up with people making decisions about who lives and dies.
right, and people, even if they believe in the same God and attest to the same God, they still have different interpretations of the same text and passage and things like that. So you're really looking at, people say, well, objective morality is being gotten from God. But the problem comes that the book was written by a person who interpreted what, let's assume, for instance, God is a real thing and stated these things. A person wrote it down interpreting what God said, and then another person read it interpreting what the person said. So there isn't a direct line to objective morality anyway. Even if it exists, you can't actually put it into practice because you don't have it. It's still subjective to how you interpret the words. And that's why we get the Shia and Sunni. It's why we get tons of different denominations of Christians. It's why we get, almost a different interpretation for, every single sort of small sect out there, because it's all up to that interpretation. So even if there is an objective morality from God, we don't have access to it. Or else, if we did have access to it, everyone would believe the same thing, and they don't.
So
And I
can
know
I
Batman
can I
wants to.
just say something, please? So first of all, you're all wrong. Right.
Okay,
Okay.
that's good.
So the first thing I'll address is this might be a doozy, but just humor me. So do you guys know about the Kree in Marvel Comics?
Which
They
Kree?
Yeah,
the Kree,
the
the
Kree,
blue
K R
people,
double
Captain
E. Yeah,
Marvel. Yeah.
yeah,
So they have what is called the Supreme Intelligence, right? And it's essentially a supercomputer that's created using the most genius minds that their society have created, right? Ever
okay,
generated, right? All of their morals, their technological decisions, all of that is, uh, all of those decisions are made by that machine. And what they do is that they input data, obviously, right? And just like any computer, right? It, it'll give you a result based on the data that you input, right? And funny enough, what you find a lot of times is that is that the that intelligence, it will sometimes make decisions, right? And remember, they anything that particular supreme intelligence say, right? They do, right? Its word is law, essentially, right? And so there are plenty of times in the comics where it has made decisions that has essentially caused discrimination in the society, um, genocide to be, genocide, all sorts of stuff, right? And and so to me, the way how I look at it is that you can't take uh, some would call it. I wouldn't necessarily say it a scientific approach to human issues and human morals, right? Um, because what will happen is that one, you'll still have people that are going to disagree solely based on how they feel things, right? Not only that, we can all argue logically about what we want to be the case, right? And we can provide logical arguments, right? But we all argue based on what we personally want, right? So now you still run into the issue where even though the supreme, the supreme intelligence, right, is supposed to be this objective machine that is going to be making, all of their decisions, right? It's the most intelligent thing that exists. They still disagree with it, and there are points where it even got destroyed by the same people, right? Now, the other part of it, this is about the theocracy part of it, where people ascribe to the idea of objective morality, right? I don't think that's a thing. I don't think it's possible because we don't have like some kind of hive mind, right? And so not only that, if you want to posit something like that and create your morals, ground your morals in the existence of God and whatever, right? I mean, the only way to truly know whether or not something is good or bad, or whether or not someone committed a crime and their intent and stuff like that, right? It is to get that God involved. And as far as we're concerned, God is not directly involving himself when it comes to a lot of these issues. So it would make sense to form any, laws around morality grounded in a God that doesn't directly interact with us. What I'm um, proposing is that we use the tools that we have, right? We have the ability to empathize. We have the ability to gather data, right? We have the ability to look at what is right and wrong for our society and get those things um, fixed, right? But the issue that you run with, right, that you run into is that, well, it's not even something we can all agree on, right? And so, the other thing too that we're not really thinking about is that we as humans we apply our morals to a lot of different things, right, that we don't fully understand. Like for example, I remember watching a video about a particular tribe in Africa, and one of the ways they get their food, right? They do their herding and stuff like that. But what they do, for example, is that they'll strangle a goat instead of, for example, slitting its throat or shooting in the head or whatever, right? And the reason why they do that, why they do the strangling, um, is that they've realized over time that for one, they need the blood because where they live, there's not a lot of water, so they need something to drink, right? Um, and so that's what they drink, right? And so it the way how they do it as well is that it's not a situation where they don't have any respect for the animal, right? They do it as quickly and as cleanly as possible, right? They even pray before they go through with the whole thing, right? But what I found in the comment section are people basically injecting their morals into those people's lifestyles, right? Saying this is bad and this and that, right? And so again, I think the best method that you know we can apply is to do two things: get money out of politics, um, use data, right? Um, use our intelligence to make logical decisions as to what we should legislate, right? For the beneficial to, as you say, for example, Mark, right? Increase the well-being for for as much people as possible in our society, right? And so, I don't necessarily think that this thing should be grounded in any ideology, because as humans we're constantly evolving, and maybe we'll evolve in a particular way that requires changing of our minds when it comes to this, right? But if we're going to change our mind, we should be able to study our own behavior, right? Looking at and ponder the results of those changes and make a decision based off of that, understanding the possible consequences. See what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
the gentleman that left, I wanted to say something to him, but
Faisal.
Faisal, I get what he's saying, but it's not practical. Kindness, to me, right? Kindness is something that you do to um to two things. kindness is something that you do that is just socially acceptable, not necessarily because it's responsible, right? Or because it's the good thing to do, right? Two, if we're going to be good to each other, right, or are going to live in a way that is going to maximize the well-being of each other, we should not ground that in a reward. We should do it because it's the logical thing to do, right?
Well, that depends. It depends on what you want the outcome to be. Because if your outcome is to sort of glorify God, then what you would see as logical for the well-being of people may not be what's logical to glorify God under certain belief systems, and
I
that's
mean,
the whole
sure.
point.
I mean,
Well,
sure,
the
but
whole
just
well,
just real quick, right? Just real quick.
okay.
I don't want to lose my train of thought. What I'm saying is that regardless of whatever you ground that in, if you want to ground it in rationalism, science, or God, that doesn't matter to me at least, right? As long as it's getting the results, right? To where, for example, what Stephanie wants, right? To be able to live a life to where she wouldn't be able to fear certain things or feel, depressed or feel like people who are, within her particular group, right, would feel oppressed or anything like that or be oppressed, right? Because all of those things that we're doing, right, those those are human interactions. And I'm sorry, we have to put our beliefs aside and be considerate, regardless of whatever you believe. Because what I find is that regardless of whether or not someone believes in a God, a bigot's going to be a bigot, regardless. It doesn't matter whether you believe or not, right? People have these proclivities a lot of the times. People have these proclivities before they become religious. And true, they can develop these when they become religious. But this is why you find that a lot of people, when they deconvert, for example, right, they no longer hold bigoted beliefs or ideas, right? Because they just weren't that way. But you do have some people, whenever they change religions, right, or they change their political ideology, they still maintain um, certain types of bigotry. See what I'm saying? So the whole God thing, all of that is relevant to me, right? None of that. There's a saying that Bob Marley said in one of his songs: if you know what life is worth, you'll look for yours on earth, right? And if you understand that basic idea, right? You shouldn't be looking for that in the skies. You should be looking for that like right in front of you with other people. Like for me, this shit is simple.
Well,
All right,
I
I'm
don't
Christian
finished.
Paul,
think.
the Christian
Yeah,
theologian Paul Tillich put it like the title of probably his
I've
most
been
famous
trying to
book
speak for ages.
is Be Here Now. So go ahead, Mark.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Well, I don't think it's simple as that. There's nothing simple about morality. It's incredibly complex. I understand it might be simple for you, Batman, but I think when applied to societies with all these different moral standards, all these different moral obligations, all these different moral virtues, like it's insanely complex, and getting them to work together isn't as easy as that. Uh, so what I like to point out is some things, and I agree with partly what you're saying. Some things are sort of irrelevant where the foundation is. If things are compatible, like if a Christian and I both care about the well-being of people and the well-being of society, it's irrelevant what else that they're going for. That is enough. That's compatible with my morality, and we can progress. The problem comes when, like for instance, in a theocracy where it's criminal to be a trans person, right? That is not compatible with my idea of morality. And luckily, as human beings, we have this sense of empathy where most people will agree that that's not right, because we have this sense of empathy to say, well, if I was that person, I would feel awful. Feel terrible if I was criminalized for who I am. I'm not going to treat other people that way. And in fact, you can have people who believe in a holy book that states clearly that certain people should be killed or certain things should happen to people, and they don't believe in it because of their sense of empathy. And I don't think you need much more than that. But everything that sort of agrees with well-being is even if they don't state it as that, is compatible with my morality and therefore can work in society. And when we're talking about societies, and this is my sort of take. So when we're talking about the human species and societies, we are a societal creature. It's how we flourish. It's how we succeed. And that's sort of when I was getting back to, well, evolution doesn't give us a moral system, but it gives us the tools to work with one. So that sense of empathy and reciprocity is what allows us to make societies in order to be successful. Now, I don't think there's anything in the universe that says that humans have to succeed, that we can't just collapse into small societies, fight among one another, destroy one another, and fail as a species, and join the massive long list of extincted species that have been there forever. But if you want us to survive and succeed and thrive, we have to work as a society, and I think, and this is just my opinion, that we have to rely on a marketplace of ideas to say this is the best way forward to value the well-being of each other. And that's what I put out as the best ideas. Other people have other ideas. Some are probably better. But what I look for is, are they compatible with what I think is morally correct? And are they compatible with what society has deemed to be morally correct? That's basically what we're doing. And the worst of the morals we legislate, the other ones we have sort of almost a social justice. Just as apes will shun others that sort of violate their morals, we can shun people that violate our morals. But I really would disagree that, man. I don't think any of this is easy or simple. I mean, when you get into trolley problems, I love trolley problems because changing the parameters of those problems, you always find that people will not agree on which group should live or die, which group should, you can put in place these examples where there is no moral decision or there is no immoral decision. There's always one out there, and so it becomes incredibly complex. But yeah, I do appreciate your sentiment. I do agree with you, Mr. The foundation doesn't matter as long as it's compatible with my morality. Sure, let's do that. Absolutely.
And, I think that anybody's entitled to a religious belief. You believe in a God, you can believe in whichever God.
Yeah.
People like to insist that there's only one God, that my God, the one I believe in, is the God. But at the end of the day, it's like there are a lot of people all over the world. Not everybody, Christianity, everybody, it's the majority religion on the planet at the moment. Everybody believes in that God, but I grant the possibility maybe there is an ultimate intelligence. Haven't seen any evidence of it, but okay, fine. But at the end of the day, it's when somebody's God commands them to do terrible things, like shun their own family because they no longer believe in that God. When that God commands them when that God is an instrument of division in the human community. If you want to take the teachings of the Sermon on the Mount, it's like your brothers and sisters, kids, get your shit together. When people take that and when that God becomes a source of division rather than a source of unity, then it's like we're stuck with the God of the Tower of Babel. Let's divide humanity, because otherwise they might become gods. And maybe God was right to fear that, because when we discover our capacity for being decent, maybe that's the time when we get to go and shake the hand of God and say, let's call a truce here. pal. Let's just call a truce. Let us get our shit together. You have nothing to fear from us.
There's something
Stop
about you,
making us
Stephanie.
have something and stop. Fucking stop. Let's fear each other. Your name.
You know, interestingly enough, the Hebrew word for Pharaoh is divider.
Interesting.
The Hebrew word may be, but the Egyptian word is basically
No,
the
it's
White
God.
House.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, yeah, I don't. For there's two ways I look at it. I think people have I think people always have a choice, regardless of what you believe, right? And the way how I look at it is that it comes back down to what you want. Sure, let's grant what Stephanie says, right? There's a particular deity that exists, and it commands its people to you know not like people who are trans or gay or people who are just doesn't fit into that set mold, right? People have a choice as to whether or not they want to ascribe to that belief, and they want to exercise um a commandment, if you will, or a law at the end of the day, right? And so for me, right, I don't think their beliefs necessarily rids them of responsibility, human responsibility, right, about their views and how they choose to treat people. Because if you're a good person understanding what good is, right, um, then you would know that certain commandments to oppress other people simply because they're different from you, right, is wrong. You would know that. And so by choosing, right, to not do the good thing, right, then to me you're just a shitty person. That's the way how I look at it. And unfortunately, there's a lot of shitty people. And I'm sorry, but humans have a tendency for conflict, right? I don't understand why, right? We can all exist within our societies and not mess with each other, but we do. We just have these proclivities that just push us to conflict, and we have a very interesting way of justifying that conflict, right? And um, you know, putting other humans in a position to suffer, right? Especially when we can gain from it. And so, you know, again, to me, right, it's not a God problem, it's a human problem. That's the way how I look at it, regardless of your belief. Because even if the God is perfectly good and he's giving you all of these these instructions, right? Regard, uh, you're still going to do whatever you want to do at the end of the day, right? And so that's my view on it, right? I don't blame the God. I don't even blame the religion. I blame the humans. And I think that's the perspective that we have to take when we address stuff like this. Because if we take the human aspect out of it, well, look what we're going to have, right? Regardless of the dogma that you decide to ascribe to. Because I guarantee you, if you eliminate religion, we're still going to have these problems. We're just going to ground our morality and reasoning for doing sensible things into something else. That's
But
all we're going to do.
don't you think it's gotten better since religion has become less prevalent?
I mean, I don't think we've gotten better because religion has gotten less prevalent. I think we've gotten better because of our abilities, and as a result, people no longer rely on religion or need religion to feel better or to experience better. Right? Sure, I'm a Christian, but I don't take away the human aspect of it. Right? My practice is and focus is on here on earth, not for the reward or anything like that. Right? I'm doing it because I understand that I really don't need a reason to be good. That's or to do good by others. It's called being graceful, right? I think maybe what the our Muslim brother was trying to say was that maybe he was trying to use the word grace, being graceful versus being kind, right? But I don't know. I'm speculating. I'm sure he'll probably clear that up at some point, right? However, I think that a lot of things that we do, a lot of decisions that we make, should be grounded in grace and just being good to each other. That's what I think, regardless.
Okay, no, from here on, I'm considering it your wrapping up thoughts. Just know that.
Damn, Richard. Can you?
There is no end to this conversation, guys. I'm sorry, but you have to cut it off sometime. Peace and respect, Pat and Dave.
God bless you, my friend. Thanks for being here.
Peace and respect to you too, sir.
So
Stephanie. Well, no, I'm serious. Sorry, okay, I'll give you 3 more minutes. Just because I love you.
What?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You mentioned my name, but yes, I'll talk to you later.
So what I'm saying is that I think at the end of the day, right? I think we have the tools to get results. I think that there are certain things that exist within our societies that's preventing us from getting results. That's one of the things I brought up briefly was, for example, money in politics and stuff like that, right? Like that's one of the incentives that prevent us from living in a society where more people can flourish and have a better well-being, a better existence, right? I'm not going to go. Obviously, I don't have the time to go into that, but I think that should be our main focus versus the religiosity of people, right? And what they might ground their views in, right? I think you should look at the people themselves.
And to that effect, people tend to pick their religion, which means they already agree with it. Stephanie, last final wrap up, sort of.
Be kind to each other. That's what I ask. I think a lot of theists think atheists are out to destroy God, and I don't think that's certainly it's not my goal, and I don't want to impose on someone's belief system. I mean, I appreciate the Dilettanteism of well, a bad belief leads you to further bad beliefs. I appreciate that argument, but I think for some people, the attachment to the numinous is something that people are loath to let go of. And I just my wish is that people would look at the, if you want me to get all hemi-demi semi-godly, like look at the divinity in your neighbor. Look at the divinity in your brother and your sister. Look at the divinity in the people in a YouTube channel, and as you say, every time you greet someone, peace and respect. We can do this. And we can do this with or without God. And when we do, if we find the capacity for doing that, the world will be a better place.
Namaste. I see the God in you. Pat.
Hello, my friend. I'll say a quick amen on the way out my door. I totally agree with what he's saying in terms of let's see the reality. Let's see the divinity in everything.
That's
Let's
the
see each
she.
other as who we are. She, okay. Let's see each other how we truly are. Obviously, I'm on it. I can only hear your voice. I don't know who you are. I don't know your thing. But I agree with you in every which way in that way. And let's be kind
As
to one
Richard will
another. That's
attest,
what
I
it's all
smoke a
about.
lot.
That's
And I'm
cool.
old.
That's cool, girl, dude. You do your thing. Like you gotta. It's what it is. It's we're in the flesh. It's a mortal body. Let's give love unto one another. I don't judge you all after your flesh. None of that stuff. Let's believe in the power of God and stuff. Obviously, I disagree with what I think you said something like whether we need God or not. Obviously, we need God. God's going to do everything. That's my opinion. And I love you all very much. And even the people who don't believe in God, they really don't understand how much God revolves in their life and things. And they will see, and we will all, that is the love amongst one another. So I'm thankful to be with you all. Thank you for having me, Richard. Just a quick message. God bless you all. Stay safe, stay peaceful, and all that.
Thanks, Pat.
Okay, Dave backstage. I'm so sorry. I'm not going to bring you in just to close you out. I want to have an actual conversation with you sometime. So thank you all for coming by. Special thanks to MarkReid and Stephanie and Batman. And
Do I
who
get a
else
wrap
had a
up?
whole lot to say? Yeah, and oh my gosh.
No.
The guy that looks like the actor. Oh my, James Apperson. Thank you very much for all your contributions. James Apperson as well. And everyone in the side chat. I wouldn't mind if you voted on their video. That would be okay. I would appreciate it if you did. Thumbs up or thumbs down, whatever you feel. But please vote before you go. And I want you all to know I deeply look forward to the day that we're all great friends. You all add to me, and I am forever in your debt. Truly. Thank you, guys.